where the tales are twisted, where past might bend. Broken lives, shadows play, and the world feels strange in a curious way. 'Cause you are here on the shady side, chilling where the secrets like to hide, where the sunlight dances but never stays, and the breeze hums songs of forgotten days. Dragons guard their hordes beneath the tree. Books of spells drift softly on the breeze. The mossed cushions your weary feet, and the bees hum a tune that's bittersweet. Yes, you are here on the shady side, lost within the flow of the shifting tide, where the forest whispers and the brook does gleam. You're wandering deep in a waking dream. It's a place where the rules don't apply, where the trees seem to watch as you pass by. Every twist in the trail is a mystery. Every rustling leaf tells a history. Here you are on the shady side, dancing with the shadows, no need to hide, where the stream runs cool and the world's unseen, and the air is heavy with a magic sheen. Welcome to the shady side, my friend, where the tales are twisted, where past might bend. The broken lives, the shadows play, and the world feels strange in a curious way. 'Cause you are here on the shady side, chilling where the secrets like to hide, where the sunlight dances but never stays, and the breeze hums songs of forgotten days. Dragons guard their hordes beneath the tree. Books of spells drift softly on the breeze. The mossed cushions your weary feet, and the bees hum a tune that's bittersweet. Yes, you are here on the shady side, lost within the flow of the shifting tide, where the forest whispers and the brook does gleam. You're wandering deep in a waking dream. where the trees seem to watch as you pass by. Every twist in the trail is a mystery. Every rustling leaf tells a history. Here you are on the shady side, dancing with the shadows, no need to hide. Where the stream runs cool and the world's unseen, and the air is heavy with a magic sheen. Welcome to the shady side.
Good Lord Almighty. Here we go. We're doing this stuff. Rylery, my dude, I just saw the little dancing jellyfish. Uzu, what is going on? Linda, you're eating bimbibop. Bimbibop. I'm gonna read this correctly, just watch me. Bibimbap. Very nice. That sounds like a delicious Korean dish. Uzu, my dude. Brain Rat, welcome to the shady side. It's been a while since I've seen you here. Static, of course, my guy. Hello there. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. Hello. Where am I? I've spoken, asking me to talk to you. We can, shut up. Let's talk off stream. We don't need to do that right now. We can do that later. What time do you call this, young lady? For me, it is 3:20 in the afternoon, Static, and I'm dying right now. Metaphorically, Papa Boy Juice. What am I doing right now? DMs, yes. Let's do a DM. Shadow, I just kind of want to get stream started. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's pop over here. The Green Wizard, hello there. Welcome back. Welcome to the shady side. From Manly's channel. How are you? Nice intro. Thank you so much, Green Wizard. I am so pleased to have you here. I've seen you actually like interacting and stuff over in Liam's stream, and you seem absolutely lovely. I appreciate you stopping by. Today is going to be a hell of a stream, and that is sarcasm if there ever was any. And you only just got out of bed. So I didn't just get out of bed, Static. I got out of bed like 3 hours ago. And as you can see, I'm kind of a hot mess. But I did wash my hair. Art thou proud of me? Back to work for me. Oh, Uzu, yes. Go. Lurkin, work, sell them fish. Whatever you be doing, 12:15 p.m. is fashionably late. Listen, I wanted to get started at 3, okay? I'm almost like a half hour late because I've been chugging caffeine trying to wake up. It has been a rough one trying to get ready for the stream, and I really contemplated not streaming today because I am just so out of it. I despise the idea of like missing an appointment or something like that. If I possibly can do it, and I'm like, physically, I am capable of sitting here and actually talking and actually like going through a Zelda just playthrough. I chose to do something where I'm just wandering around and stuff like that. I appreciate all of you being here right now though. How's everyone doing today? Miss Linda, hello there. Shadow Snake, welcome back in. I saw red juice today. It's pink drink, first of all, Static. I know it looks really red because I have 2 packets in here because I'm trying to max out on my caffeine right now. I'm trying to like boost myself up to a level where I can actually speak articulately. Thank you as well. I appreciate you being here, Green Wizard. It is such a pleasure to have you. I do apologize that the first stream that you are participating in over on the shady side is one where I am ridiculously exhausted, but I have a strong suspicion that is going to be kind of the theme of my stream for most of the summer, because my IRL job is very physically and mentally taxing on me. I say mentally taxing because just, just regular, just interaction with human stuff going on. It is kind of the the same thing every single day. Sleepy girls summer, let's go. I feel so bad because that's definitely not the energy I want to bring to stream. Me when I job. Rylery, it's so good to see you here, my dude. I'm so happy to have you back. I don't know if you are at work and you are lurking, or if you're able to actually like have the day off today, but it's so good to see you. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? I appreciate you all stopping in. We will see how this goes. I don't understand my body sometimes. Is my day off? Hell yeah, Rylery. I'm so happy for you. It is also my day off. And now tomorrow is my day off too, because I'll just like real quick story. When I was at work last night, I had given up the morning because my niece and nephew had stayed over last night, and I wanted to have the morning, like Monday morning, in order to just hang out with them and do stuff with them. And I also I wanted to participate in Liam's stream a little bit after they had gone to bed, and I was like trying to equate in my brain just how that was going to work out for the next day. So I gave up my morning shift. Someone picked it up, which was super awesome. And then I woke up, we went to the lake, we did a bunch of I'm a tired mama today. I love Zelda and relive hanging out with you and Manly. I am so happy that you get so much out of it, Green Wizard. You are actually, it's so funny, Green Wizard. You are like the fourth girl that's been regularly hanging out. It's usually me, Alari, and Miss Linda Espinoza, who's right above you. And then Lilikoy hangs out a lot. She's kind of like a more quiet hangouter. She's kind of a lurker, not so much a chatter, but we still count her. And we call it the Goyles Club. So here, let me, because I always like trade out the I for an O, because I'm a Jew like that. Where are we? There we go, the Goyles Club. So feel free to, be part of the Goyles Club, Green Wizard. We're happy to have you. There's not many of us. OMG, Emily. What? What? What did I say? That I'm a Jew? I am a Jew. I don't practice Judaism, but Ozzy, what? He just passed away? Oh my gosh. Really? Oh, you had me wanting, let me see. Then I would have to get opera up and going. Good heavens. I just wasn't expecting it. Listen, Linda, if there's one thing that we enjoy about being Jewish, it's the jokes, okay? There's an entire Seinfeld episode about becoming Jewish just for the jokes, all right? Now, granted, don't you be saying this to Jewish people. Because, it really kind of depends. When it comes to Jewish jokes, they can range from, pretty funny and kind of, accepting to straight up, genocidal massacre full of hatred. So we are kind of walking a fine line here. I just saw what just happened. Everybody is scrolling right now. Oh man, that's so crazy about Ozzy Osbourne. That's so heartbreaking. A little shocking he's kind of held on this long, but at the same time, what a legend and what an interesting soul. There's not enough famous, strange souls out into the world just doing their thing while also being in the spotlight. And he definitely was one of them. Super talented individual. I know he's also one of those people that seemed like he was just riddled with health issues, but at the same time just kept living. So you're like, maybe that's not a health issue, maybe that's just how he is. And then you could just never tell because he just kept going and going. But clearly he had stuff going on. So it was great that we got to have him as long as we did, and that he blessed the world the way that he did. And thoughts for his family. Obviously, they're the ones who are going to be suffering the most, though I'm sure a lot of people are going to be absolutely devastated by this. So, jeez, pour one out for Ozzy Osbourne. We're thinking about you, dude. There's probably going to be a lot of, a big resurgence of the Black Sabbath music all over, the radio and stuff right now. I do, but not exactly. Just now, I was happy when I saw your name. I'm assuming that's for Green Wizard. This started as my lurker account, and it's I got a main called Sage of Time, but I have subscriptions here. Okay, I feel like I've seen Sage of Time's username. Oh my gosh, my hair looks fucking awful. Lord above, Lord above. This is the problem with my hair, is that it's long, but there's not much of it. So it always kind of looks kind of weird if I can't do it correctly. Anyways, yeah, I feel like I've seen Sage of Time somewhere. I don't quite remember anything what you said, but I know that I've seen you. So it's good to have you here on the shady side. Girl, I'm Mexican. I get you. Oh, about the jokes, Linda? Yeah, absolutely. Getting back to the Jewish jokes. Because some of it's really funny. Linda, I don't know if you have any relations who take I can't. I need to center myself better. Here we go. Because I don't want to be like hidden behind the chat box or anything like that. Oh, my music is still there. I just got really quiet for a second. But yeah, Linda, I don't know if you have any relations who just kind of take the heritage extremely seriously, whereas like other people on the other side of the family can kind of like joke around a little bit about it. I have that situation. Like my great uncle and my great aunt, who were very, very close to my mother, could not. They're very funny people, very, very funny people, could not make any jokes around them though. And my brother and I would always kind of like have our own little private jokes. Like I remember he would always make me laugh all the time because he'd be like, there's like a Jewish dance called the Hava Nagila. and it was kind of silly, but my brother would be like, oh, Hava Nagila, have 2 Nagilas, the very small Nagilas. And it's so stupid, but I laughed so hard when I think we were teenagers or early 20s or something like that. And my mom was like, do not say that to Auntie Sonia. Do not say it. She will not think it's funny. I was gonna say, it was more shocking. I know, Static. And maybe that's just like our observation of being like, damn, this guy is like struggling. But maybe that's just our perception of struggle. But for him, it's just like his normal everyday. It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to make those judgment calls. Yeah. First album's still the best. Haven't really listened to a lot of it. I know Crazy Train, obviously, and I know Crazy Train primarily because I know the Trick Daddy song that samples it. But of course I know that, and obviously, like, I've seen him everywhere. He's very much part of the pantheon of like pop culture. You know what I mean? He's very famous in that regard. Which is kind of sad, really, because you would think that he would be really famous for his music, but more so he's famous for his persona, which, you know, with a persona like that, and then, you know, you've got a wife who's capable of managing you and your kids and putting you in front of cameras, you know? I guess it's an inevitability. That's so sad. I'm gonna chat in between my dishes. Thank you for being welcoming to me. Oh, absolutely, Green Wizard. So good to have you here. It's nice to have another Goyle in the Goyles Club. There's 4 of us. Well, no, there's 5 of us now. We're slowly building our numbers up. I think it's been really good for Liam's chat too to have more girls in there, because it is just kind of like a absolute, you know, army of gamer bros. Not that we don't love them, we do. We love them with all our hearts, but it's nice to just look around and be like, hey, you know, some gentle femininity. Here we go. It's been good for the Discord too, just be like a little bit of like, hey guys, maybe like less R words. Have we thought about that? And not so much saying it, but more so just like our presence, like allowing a little bit of like breathing room or something. But it's been fun. You don't have an X mark on the floor for your chair. It's always in the right place for stream. No, I don't. I'm just way too whimsical for that, Static. Should I have marks for where I should be sitting? Is that going to help me be a little bit more organized? Do you recommend? I've got a double whammy of being brown and a woman when I make jokes. Hell yeah, Linda. And they get a little weirded out. I think it's also, Linda, I think it's like a generational thing too. Because each generation is living with, you know, how the culture is in the moment, and also just being like, oh, hey, you know, we are now living in a time where we're like more accepted, and it's okay to kind of like kick back and make jokes. Because I think that's definitely a marker of where you are at as like a people, for like how many jokes can you make about yourselves? Because granted, sometimes you can't. You've got to be taking firm stances on who you are in order for people to not, you know, completely, you know, misrepresent you or kind of mistreat you. But when you're at a place where you actually are there participating in the population and in the culture, and you're well known enough, and there's not a threat to you. Does that make sense? Now you'd be like, oh hey, we're able to joke about ourselves, and that I think is kind of like an ultimate privilege in a weird way, because you're just like, oh, we don't need to constantly be standing up for ourselves. We can make a joke, and that's got to be nice. That's got to be like a weight off of people's minds. I need an assigned seat. This. As a male, I say female power. Riley, you're a fucking king. Absolutely amazing. I see you being so generous all the time, everywhere. I can see you just like getting into your empowered phase, Riley. It's really cool to see. Yeah, this is my assigned seat. If I could drag my entire couch over here and do one of those kind of like ancient Greek feast type things where I'm laying sideways and also streaming, I would do it. But I also feel as though that would just weird people out and make me fall asleep, particularly right now when I'm barely awake as it is. But I remember clicking around Twitch at one point, and I think it was just in the just chatting category, and it was literally a girl just like on her bed, just kind of like moving around, just chatting. I didn't like go into the stream. It was one of those preview windows, and I was just like, are people watching this? Are people participating in this? It just seemed weird. It seemed like kind of an ultra unprofessional setup. I do have marks on my interface for different usual gain settings for my mic, for stream recording, and just general Discord use. So yes, I recommend marking things. Here's the crazy thing, Static. I'm actually considering getting a Stream Deck. I fucking hate it, but I keep running into issues with literally like the 3 hotkeys that I have in OBS. Every time I want them to do something, I mean, these zooms are the only zooms that really work. Every time I go into a different scene, it always ends up doing something else. And I'm like, damn, this is why people get Stream Decks, so that they actually can press a button and not have it do multiple things. It's just designated for that one particular thing. It makes sense now, and I fucking hate it. And because I'm just like, there's no way that I am worthy or deserving of the like the notion of you are professional enough at this to warrant a Stream Deck. But now I'm just like, well, it'd be so useful. And then, you know, what creativity could flow from that? Because you could have a hotkey for different things going on. And I could, you know, be one of those obnoxious gaming streamers that we all love to watch. But not yet. We're holding off. I'm staying the course. Girl, oh, wait, I just missed a few things. And then sometimes forget that only I can make that joke. Yeah, Linda, I know. And then you just see somebody else trying to like get in on that same thing. You'd be like, no, absolutely not. Because you come at it from different perspectives, right, Linda? Where it's like you can see the humor in it because you're in that culture and you know yourself and you know your people well enough to make that joke. And then there's people who are strictly observers and then they try to make that joke and it just never quite hits the same. It's got to be you making a joke about yourself. That's the only way that it works sometimes. You should get a couch that only has an armrest on one side. Kind of like the, what are those lounge chairs? They're very popular, like, in like the living rooms of like Victorians or something like that. Chase lounges, yeah. But then I would have to have everything lower and I would have to reconfigure the entire setup. Girl on a bed on Twitch. That girl's making more money than Liam and you combined. You see, but Static, it wasn't like a sexy bed situation. It wasn't a professional angle or anything like that. It was across the bed, and it was just her bedroom. It wasn't set up for any particular purpose. There was like laundry everywhere, and she was not in anything like, I don't know, like eye-catching or sexy or anything like that. It was just her like sweats or something, and there was this big expanse of the bed. So you weren't up close and personal. It was this weird angle. I don't know. I don't think that there was anything special about it. I totally get it. My lurker account was started from being shy to be a girl in the gaming community. It was loosely based on Saria when I realized Wizard was misleading that I was a guy. So I was like, well, that's fine, I guess. Glad to be part of the Goyles Club. Yeah, absolutely. See, that's the thing with my name, Green Wizard. When I first started hanging out in like the gamer guy community, where I'm like, oh, there's no mistake because it's right there in the name. Granted, I've had this name for a really long time. I mean, like a really, really long time. I was 16 when I started using it. And that's because that's when Facebook started popping off and you could have profile pictures. But I was extremely self-conscious about my body. So instead of taking a profile picture of me, I took a profile picture of my shadow, and I started using the moniker The Shadow Lady. But then I shortened it to The Shady Lady because it rhymed and it sounded cooler. And then I added 007 because at the time I was very, very obsessed with James Bond. And I've been using that name for everything ever since then. It's either the Shady Lady or the Crafty Lady, because not necessarily crafty in the sense of like she's doing arts and crafts, making a quilt or something. It's crafty in the way of just like, ooh, crafty. She's calculating. She's like strategizing. You know what I mean? She's got little cauldron of potions and ways and means going on here. So it's either this or that. But when I hopped on to Twitch, it was immediately the Shady Lady, and there's been no confusion about the gender I be rocking on the other side of the stream. I want the stream deck with the assignable pots. Pots? Ooh. I know what you mean, but like, I don't know. I just got an image in my head. For audio leveling, and then use the buttons for my scenes just to make it faster. I've always preferred the physical controllers. Here's the thing. Chaos Lord, hello there. Welcome back to the shady side. It's so good to see you. Here's the thing, Static. And I know that like Liam has mentioned this becoming an issue for him. Granted, he's a big button guy, and I'm not necessarily a big button person, but I have a feeling that I could become that if I actually have it right there and they have like little images on them that are just like tempting me to touch them. I'm just like, oof, that's I don't want to be super obnoxious with it, but at the same time I think it does spruce up the stream a little bit if there's constantly like a little something going on. And then I could customize it for my own tastes and my own ideas and things of that nature, because he does all kinds of stuff and other people do different things as well, but I'm like, oh, what would I do? Because I do have little things like, where is it? So I have this, which I used for when we were listening to music. And I have this, oh, come here, which isn't working right now, so that's fine. That's totally fine. But yeah, so just like things of that nature to kind of go after my own tastes and stuff. Pronounce it Chaise Lounge. Pronounce Chaise Lounge. More like Chaise Lounge. Listen, I can only do so much with the shitty American accents I have, okay, Static? Shady, oh, Laurie, my beloved Laurie. I am so incredibly happy to see you here. I hope you're having a good day, girl. Hope you're getting that good rest. I did not. I am barely alive right now, which is going to be the whole theme of Shady's streams for the entire summer, because apparently I cannot strike that balance between getting too much rest or not getting enough rest, because it's a whole story. I'll get into it in a second. My name used to be Snowcat, and most assumed I was a woman. That's really funny, Uzu. I know that you're kind of going back and forth between work and kind of like participating in the stream, but I don't know if you remember a while back, there was a chatter in Liam's stream called Cat Girl, and so I don't know, like I think he like referred to her as a girl or something like that, and the chatter was like, I am a dude. I just lost a bet. And he was like, I see. So that's gotta be like really confusing for people. But it's weird too, because to like to stand on that and say with your full chest, be like, you're incorrect, I am a dude. Like, but your whole ass username is girl. So I don't know, it's all over the place. At least it's not 420 XXX. Not yet, Chaos Lord, not yet. We'll see how long my career on the internet goes for. She's crafty. She's just my type. She's crafty. Pots? Oh, so that's an actual word. Okay. Sorry, I'm sometimes way, way behind on learning my vernacular when it comes to technical stuff. Wait, Shady Lady is a woman? Allegedly. Allegedly, Rylery. can neither confirm nor deny. That's a sweet backstory. You are gorgeous, Shady. Thank you so much, Green Wizard. I was not gorgeous back then, and I'm not saying I'm gorgeous now by any means. No one has worse self-esteem than I do. Trust me. I've been doing some spiraling lately. But when I was a teenager, I was definitely a bit larger and didn't want anyone to look at my face. Although my hair was kind of the same length at the time. Yeah. We're trying to get better. We're trying to get better about thinking nicer thoughts about ourselves. Myself, anyway. The technical name for potentiometers, POTS for short, in the technical industry, knobs to the layman. I know a knob. I'm a layperson. That's a cool name, though. It's one of those names that you have to literally stop and read it out completely, and then it'll get stuck in your brain, and you'll just be able to, like, say it from memory. That's what most reading is. You're not actually, like, reading it out the way that Sesame Street teaches you, just kind of like one syllable at a time. It's more so you're remembering a word, recognizing it, and it just instantly goes off in your brain. I also did not get good rest. We can be tired together, Alari. I'm so fucking tired right now, and I don't know why. Here, let me get to the bottom of chat, and I'll get back to that. You're so right. My mistake. Please don't cancel me. Rilery, we have to have a talk. I'm just kidding. Please cancel me. I'm too internet pilled. Uzu. You know what? It's not that you're internet pilled, it's that you are internet literate. You understand it. You're able to convey it better. You're able to articulate it better. And that is a strat, actually, because sometimes even I find myself tripping up. Like yesterday, I was in a chat and I was responding to something because I had read something. If I can, I will not open it. We're so chill, Rilery. Rilery and I are chill like that. And I apologize for butchering your name. Sometimes it's one of those names that if I can read it really, really fast, but my tongue will trip up really bad on it. So I apologize for that. But what I was saying that yesterday I was in a chat when I was supposed to be working, but it was so slow and I'm so bored at work. And not even bored, but more so just I find myself like, if I don't have something to do specifically, I'll start bugging the shit out of my tables. Where like I just went over and made sure everything was okay, and then I'm gonna be back like 9 seconds later. Oh, I just realized that is like that. There we go. I'm gonna be back 9 seconds later, be like, are you sure everything is okay? And they're halfway to eating the lobster roll, like, yeah, we're pretty sure that everything's fucking okay. You know, that's the look they give me, and I can't stand that because I feel bad. we so chill like that, Rilery. Yeah. I don't call her on a first name basis. You call me Shady. First name basis out here. And once again, like, I know I've said this to just about everyone. You feel free, like, I know it's in my bio and stuff. If you want to call me Emily, that's totally fine. I do not care. Feel free to call me Shady too. I know Shady sounds cooler than Emily, but there's like no forbidden thing or anything like that. Kind of, you know. Anywho, so I was at work. I was over in the corner on Twitch, of course, and I was in a chat participating. Amazing employee skills, I know, but there was nothing else to do, I promise. And I was I saw something. I was in a conversation and I saw something that kind of confused me. I reread it several times and I was like, oh shit, that's so funny. That's what you mean. This is what I thought. And I responded to it being like, oh my word, I had no clue what you meant there for a second, thinking that that was going to get my point across instead of giving it, but I didn't give it enough context to actually make it be the funny that it was inside my head. And I didn't realize that until I was rereading it. And I feel so bad because the person I was responding to was nice enough to be like, oh, it's fine. This is what I meant. And I realized, oh my word, that sounds so much like they think I'm calling them out on something. And it's not actually funny. That is like not a great way to go about being yourself on the internet, because there has to be sort of a a flow to everything that you're saying, and you have to provide context and not necessarily like because they can't hear the inflections in your voice, and you need to provide a little bit more for them to understand what you're saying. And I know this because I've been participating in chats for a while, but sometimes I forget. And it also was one of the things where it's like I could explain myself or I could move on, and I should probably move on. But in my brain, I have not let it go. I have not let it go since it happened, and has been driving me absolutely up the wall. Shady, following in her idol MGK's footsteps and randomly calling people out. He's not my idol! How dare you? That is so mean. Stop that. Here we go. Also, did you happen to notice, Static, that I added a new redeem? It's a little expensive just because it is a longer redeem. It's more than just like the typical 2 seconds or something like that. But we do have a new redeem that has Static's lovely voice in it, if anybody was curious. I eventually am going to I triggered it over.
I watched the moon let down her hair in ripples on the sea. She loosed each diamond pin with care and stuck it carefully in the dark pincushion of sky. Ah, now I said, I know the why and wherefore of the stars. I always used to think at night to see them shine, they were the light of seraphim cigars. Now I have learned, and none too soon, they are the hairpins of the moon.
Oh, it sounds so good. It sounds so good. Oh my word, isn't that incredible? It is him. I hired him, Rylery, and I haven't paid him yet because I'm having so many problems with my fucking PayPal. Static, I'm so sorry. I meant to kind of go into that today and call my bank and stuff, but I woke up hella fucking late and I was trying to get everything set up. I will pay you soon enough, Static. You know that I will. Yeah. And I was trying to make sure that it sounded okay. Just don't pay me. He wants to ban me. He wouldn't. So I've been trying to like figure out the volume on it because I want it to be about the same as me talking, because so you could hear it over the music and everything. I think it sounded okay. I just listened to it back. Let me know if it's too loud or not loud enough, and I can rearrange it or do whatever. Doesn't he have a great voice, Rylery? He has such a good voice. First time I was in call with him, I was just like, oh shit, I might be taking advantage of this. So sorry, Green Wizard, I'm just getting to your chat, but I am gonna read it. Oh, where did it go? Oh, I went way past it. Never say you weren't pretty. That might be a tough order to fill. Even if you didn't feel it, I bet you were. You're way too nice, girly. But you're correct. I shouldn't be giving myself any sort of negative self-talk like that. Since having kids, I've been on my own journey like that too. So glad you're in a happier place with yourself. See, like I'm not a mom, Green Wizard. I do have like a niece and a nephew that I love being around, taking care of, but in no way, shape, or form am I going to equate that to motherhood or anything like that. I just like kids. I like being around kids, and I like babies and I like little kids and all that sort of stuff. I love the idea of being a guardian or a parental figure or something like that. I'm assuming that it was gotta be such a journey to go through, and I've been tuning in to people talking about their pregnancy stories and their stories of motherhood, and I cannot lie, I am so terrified. I am so not that I have any prospects. I'm not. I am a single woman, and I have a cat who I call my daughter, but obviously that's not quite the same thing. It sounds so beautiful, so beautiful. But I can only imagine the emotional roller coaster that being a mom is, because on the one hand, oh my word, how much love that you are now experiencing that you never knew that you were capable of, but then at the same time you're just like, this is taking over everything that I am right now. And some people are totally for that. Some people absolutely love it. It gives them a sense of purpose. But I know for a lot of people it can be very challenging, where they go like, hey, I don't really recognize myself anymore, and I am not able to like do as much on my own as I once was capable of doing. And it feels as though that everything I am now, all my thoughts, all my ambition, all my actions are given over to kids. And obviously that's not every single person, but I hear that that is a big symptom of becoming a mother. And some of it, like I said, some people acclimate really well, and sometimes it's very challenging. And that's why if I ever do become a mom, I am hoping that I'm going to be able to find balance. But of course, that is a dream. That is a dream that we are all chasing and not necessarily always achieving. But I am happy that you are here now, because that means that you are trying to achieve some balance in your life. And of course, we believe that moms are people too, and not just a service they provide, or at least that is how I feel. And so we're happy to have you here. Bro Hafi, my dude, welcome back to the shady side. Yeah, we stand Bro Hafi in these streets. Gotta love him. It needs more flashing. It needs more screen flashing and audio distortion. Oh, for the poem or for just my stream in general? Average manly chatter. What's an average manly chatter? And now everyone who came here from Liam's stream knows that his invitation is off. Oh, that's true, Static. You're taking a stance. You're capable of actually, being like, I'll show you what my actual accent is. No, he's great. Static has a fantastic way of talking. The first time that I ever spoke to Static, I was just like, damn, dude. You have a good cadence, and you're able to actually go for long periods of time and have all your things or be articulated well. Just literally born for voiceovers. And I cannot wait to absolutely abuse this by hiring you to do 8 million things for me. Oh my goodness, Rilery, thank you so much for doing that. It didn't fucking go off. Are you are you kidding me right now, Sammy? Why? Oh, that's so frustrating. I must not be doing that right. I went over this over and over again. I might just put that back on Twitch. That is so upsetting. But that's what it was supposed to happen. I'm gonna figure that out though. The moon poem. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, Bro Hafi. I literally put that in today, and I'm so pleased it's actually working, unlike the fucking gifts on Redeem. So frustrating. And I was thinking, because usually what happens when I create a Redeem, I'll take it into Premiere Pro and I'll kind of doctor it up a little bit. Like here, I'll run this again. This one was just an image that I found on Pinterest. I took it into an AI site and had them animate it, and then I brought it into Premiere Pro and I put it to music and stuff like that, and I just timed it out and things of that nature. Usually I'll do that, but I realized for the poem I could do that, but then it would compete with Static's voice, and I didn't want that. I wanted it to be just we could actually hear the words and things. Plus, there's usually music playing, whether it's going to be in the camera chatting scene or if it's going to be the actual gameplay, and I didn't want it competing with everything because the voice is enough, you know what I mean? Aw, being a mom is definitely a balancing act, and yes, this is a stage for me to do something also for me. Thank you. Aw, Green Wizard, we're so happy to have you. So happy to have you here. Once again, thank you so much, Rilery, for doing that. Rilery is such an incredibly generous, kind soul. We absolutely love him here. Bob is the best, kind of related. Bob is the best character in Load. I demand a guaranteed audition for the role of the... Oh, absolutely, Static. Are you still reading it? I know you said that you're trying to stay ahead of me when I'm reading it. But I love Bob the Conscience, dude. When I was actually... I kind of forgot he was in the book. Honestly, when I was reading it last Friday, I was going along kind of, hating every second of it because I hadn't read it in so long, and I was critiquing it all the way through and just inwardly cringing. I'll get into that in a second because I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about what the reading that happened last Friday. But I hit Bob the Conscience and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I have this guy in here and I kind of love him. He's so funny. But yeah, oh, Static, absolutely. You got it. You got it, dude. You'd be an amazing Bob the Conscience. Oh, we love having you here, Green Wizard. I am so grateful to have everybody from Liam's chat be super cool and hanging out in my chat. It's a lot of people I just developed relationships with who like to hang out here. and some people who just like show up, just check it out, because Liam has been like ultra kind and praised the hell out of me. And I, to this day, don't understand why, but we're not going to think about it too much because I'm going to get in my head about it. But it's a lot of like, you know, cross-pollination, and sometimes they're just like, oh, okay, I was told to come here and I don't quite get it. You know what I mean? And then they check it out, they say hi, and then they leave, which I am always super grateful for, but sometimes just not their type of content, you know what I mean? But still, like, unbelievably cool people there. What's up, Split GT? Yo, thank you so much for the lurk, my dude. Happy to have you on the shady side. Just another day of killing ads. Just taking them out. One by one. Just sniping those ads like squirrels in a tree. Cause fuck squirrels. Midway through chapter 11. Oh no, oh Static. I'm going to, like, Static, you gotta be gentle with me, dude. You gotta be gentle. I'm going through like a whole existential crisis thing, like rereading it right now. If we're gonna, I would love to have a discussion about it, but it's gotta be super gentle because I'm like going through so much right now mentally about it. Shady, doubt, oh, we don't doubt ourselves. That's right. That is right, Brohafi. No downplaying or doubting ourselves in the stream. I completely forgot. But I'm also human, Brohafi, and I'm someone who has dealt with a fair amount of self-doubt my entire life. So we're gonna get there together. Another mom in the group. Hell yeah. We love our moms here. Moms are so important because they do bring balance in the energy with how we're all interacting with each other, because sometimes it can be like a little bit much, and every now and then we need a nurturing voice in chat, and Linda has 100% been that. Linda's a fucking queen, I'm telling you. She is, though, she is. So I do want to quickly, I feel like there are several things I wanted to tell you guys about. I never do it through text anyway. Honestly, it's all stuff that just comes from it being your first book. I know, Static, I know. Oh my word. Well, while we're on the subject, I was going to tell you how I smashed my shin open at work yesterday, but that's not nearly as interesting as talking about the actual book itself. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous about reading it on stream right now, but I also came to the realization last week that that is exactly what I am supposed to be doing right now, is actually reading it through, because it means that I'm now able to come face to face with something that I have done in my past and start making some current, you know, okay, so here's the deal. I wrote that book a long time ago. I wrote that book when I was 14 years old, which was a millennia ago. Actually, it was 20 years ago, which was fucking insane to think about. Almost more than that, almost 21 years ago, come September. So that was, you know, that was a long time ago. And granted, when I was first getting published, I was able to revise it, and I was about 21 years old. So my writing style had evolved since then, but I didn't do a complete overhaul of the book when I did that. It was a lot of like changing little like sentence structures and then adding some stuff, maybe taking a little bit away. But for the most part, it definitely remained as it was in the beginning. And in reading it on stream, just those first couple of chapters, and granted, everybody was very, very nice about it, but I was reading it going like, damn, I would never write like this nowadays at all. And I have kind of spent the weekend going back through like older text that I have written. For instance, what was it? Sunday night, I was actually showing my niece all of the books that I had like written when I was her age, a little kid, because I've been writing my entire life, right? And I would make these drawings and tell my mom what to write on it because I wasn't capable of writing it. I couldn't spell, didn't have any penmanship or anything like that. And y'all, they weren't good. They were not good. Because my niece has been getting into the idea of actually writing herself. You know, she's 7 years old, and she's super into the idea of like making up stories and stuff and writing it down. And I guess she's been talking to her mom about it. And she told me Sunday night, she was like, I realized that I don't need to go to college. I can just write books and become famous, which was the most bizarre thing to hear because literally, that was my mentality growing up the entire time. So to hear that echoed back to me was a very odd moment, very, very strange moment, where I'm like, oh, you too? Okay, I guess we're all doing this. Now, granted, like, that's still the plan. Like, I didn't go to college, and I still want to become a famous author. That's never going to leave my heart. But, you know, we always have that moment looking over our work, wondering, should I? Oh no, it's genetic. I know, Static. I had that moment where I'm just like, damn. Because I don't want to downplay her. I don't want to like discourage her in the slightest. I've never read anything like that, anything that she's written, but she's also 7. So she's not supposed to be good at anything right now. And I need to remember that because at the time, when I was that age and kind of growing up, that's basically what I wanted to be. I wanted to be really good at something despite my age and have my youth actually emphasize it. Be like, you know, kind of that like prodigy mentality where like I didn't want to like learn to be good something at it. I didn't want to learn to be good at something. I wanted to just be good at it and have that be the extraordinary thing. Be like, oh, she wrote a book at 14. That was the big thing. Not only did she write the book, but she was incredible at it. Which, of course, now I realize, damn, that wasn't the case at all. But I needed for that to be the truth. Otherwise, I was going to absolutely lose all sense of self-worth. And I have distinct memories of this. At what age are you meant to be good at something? That is the thing, Static. That is the thing. I don't know why I latched onto that so hard. Maybe because I liked the idea of it. Of in spite of something, I was good at it, and that in spite of happened to be youth or something along those lines. That was so bad for me though. That was so bad for me because then it meant that I was not open to the idea of getting better. You know what I mean? It had to be like I was already really good at it. So therefore, like the idea of like, hey, maybe you should go back and, you know, rethink some stuff and actually see what you could improve upon was like this toxic idea to me, and it actually made me feel super anxious about like, oh, you know, maybe you're not great at this yet, maybe you could actually like rework things and stuff like that. And nowadays I am much more of that mentality of I would much rather improve at my craft as opposed to getting self-worth from just automatically having it. Because that's kind of like a ridiculous idea anyways. Oh yeah, you show up at 100% and can't improve because you're already there. I see where a little bit Static. And because everybody wants to believe that the thing that they're making is incredible, right? Everyone wants to be like, yes, I hit that thing, instead of being told like, no, not you, because of all these different stuff. And it came into this notion of me just bulldozing my way to get something I want, such as being a published author, instead of going like, are you sure you're ready to be a published author? Because what you wrote is not like amazing. It is not, you know, you have bones there, you have structure there, and you can keep going. No one is telling you to stop, but it is, you know, critical. It is imperative that you learn where you're, you know, where you need to improve upon, and it not destroy you. And I think about, I don't know, we've been talking a lot with Liam about like how he learned the drums, because he was a professional drummer. He was an incredible drummer. If you've ever seen any of his little videos and stuff like that, the man is absolutely insane. But he said that he treated it like an Olympic sport, and he actually went and took classes, and then he practiced all the time. And I am so jealous of that mentality. Welcome back, Johnny Frost. I am back in the mystical woods. Welcome back to the shady side. We are so happy to have you here. I'm talking about, I don't know if you were here last Friday, Johnny, because I read 2 of the 2 chapters of my book on stream, and I am now dealing with the mental repercussions of doing that. So we're kind of just talking about that. He's all right. Yeah, he's all right. He's phenomenal. And I've noticed that because he's phenomenal at a lot of things. He's just someone that you could say is just so naturally gifted and talented at doing stuff. But the more I've gotten to know him and the more that we have discussed things, I can definitely see that he is good at things because he has pushed himself to be good at things. He has a natural charisma to him, and he has naturally, like, thoughts. Not naturally thoughts. You can tell I'm tired. He has his own personality that he infuses into everything he does, and we all kind of are drawn to that because it's a unique perspective and stuff. But as far as, you know, the technical stuff of whether when he makes videos or when he streams, or when he does drums, that is a result of him pushing himself to be the best that he can be. And I think that when I was growing up, I lacked that mentality. Because in order to get better at something means that you are not automatically the best at it. And I am embarrassed to say that on stream because, like, it's a terrible trait to own up to. But as an adult who has gone through a lot of processing and a lot of self-reflection, I am now capable of looking back and seeing that. And granted, like, the desire to write is still there. But I now know what I actually have to do to achieve new heights with it. And I also missed a couple of things. It's like giving birth. Every mother thinks that baby is so adorable, really, because you went through a lot to get born. That's very true, Linda. It's not even that, like, I put something out there easily and automatically went, this is the best thing ever. It's more so that I struggled to put it out there. And once I was out there, I was so proud of making it that I didn't want to go back and be like, how can this be better? Which is something I do not promote now in the slightest. I'm like anti that now. So what were the repercussions? The repercussions, Johnny, is realizing that, damn, this book is not as good as it could be. And it's crazy because I have banked on that book. I don't know if you were there, Johnny, or if you saw it, but my book is called The Island of Lote. It has been published since 2012, and I wrote it a very, very long time ago. When I was 14, I revised it when I was 21, and which, thank the Lord, because it would have been so much worse if I hadn't. But this was a lot of me being like, damn, yeah, it's literally me, like, coming face to face with the first piece of my craft that I completed and then put my entire existence. I know of your book, but I wasn't here when you read it. Okay, so let me see here. Do I still have that? Oh, I took down the thing. I can just show it to you. So, this is the actual book itself, Johnny. The Island of Lote. This is my firstborn child, and I treat it as such. I love this thing. I am now a little bit ashamed of it, but, you know. Oh, that's a pretty dress. Oh, thank you, Alari. We'll do a little quick outfit checkout thing. I would show you the two band-aids that are on my shin, but that'd be a little bit of a weird balancing act of actually lifting the dress and stuff like that. Yeah, I sought comfort today, Alari. I sought comfort. Because, yeah, I'm so tired. And yesterday was kind of a struggle bus. We only see the shiny end result of people and their work. We don't see the sleepless nights, the sheer amount of time practicing or studying. This is so true, Static. We really don't get to see the hours and hours of preparation, of learning about the thing. We just get to see, like, oh, that photo looks really awesome, and it took you 2 seconds to click that shutter. So therefore, I don't understand why I'm paying you so much. But the reality is, oh, it took hours and hours of studying photography in order to understand how to work the camera, how to edit the photo, the composition, how to speak to a client in order to get them to, like, to have movement that you were actually wanting to capture and things of that nature. And I'm giving a photography analogy because that's what I did when learning photography. And it's not that I didn't study writing and study books. I did. Books were my whole life growing up. I read them all the time. I looked into them. I looked up authors. Like, I definitely did immerse myself in it and learn about it as much as I could, and actually, like, filled my brain with how books were written and the cadence and stuff. But when it came to actually like, you know, how to write, like a how to write book, I would avoid it like the plague, because the idea that I needed to learn it was, you know, a thing that made me want to have a panic attack. I'm not proud of this, but I'm also capable of looking back on it now and not feeling completely destroyed by it. When you get to toddler phase and you have to work on all the other things like walking, talking, and sharing, oh my gosh, right? You got to work on growing your art, like help your baby grow, because your baby is your work. Good analogy, Linda. 100%. 100%. Gorgeous. Oh, thank you, Green Wizard. I appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. I remember writing something in my head. It was brilliant. After I finally finished, I concluded it was the worst thing I ever wrote. That's pretty common, Johnny. And here's the thing. I don't think it's the worst thing ever written, but I can see, especially when I was reading it on stream, because I haven't read it in years, right? It's been published for a very, very long time. And granted, a lot of people liked it. I was having a lot of good feedback on it, which I think sometimes, you know, isn't always the best thing. That's why I'm kind of excited to talk to Static about it, because I know he's going to give me like a good old thrashing when he's finished reading the book. And I think I need a thrashing. It's odd though. I love comics and have been reading them my entire life. I only started to recognize and be aware of things I had learned about how they work and are made unconsciously once I read a couple of the sample text books about comics. Sometimes you learn things without actively knowing them until you're specifically told. I think I know what you're saying, Static, as far as just kind of like plugging it into your brain, because seeing it actually play out as opposed to have it be explained to you. Because when I was growing up and reading, I would always pick up on the cadence and the actual prose of a book that I was reading, and be able to kind of not think it through, but apply it to the way that I personally would write. And it was always so exciting for me. And it was a moment of discovery and fresh understanding for stuff and learning more about myself when I was doing that. And that's why it was such an addictive thing for me, to be able to go in and do this. And it was my special thing. It was my special thing. And I didn't want anyone coming in and putting their little fingers all over it. And by anyone, I mean like people who are actually professionals and could actually probably teach me how to do it better. But also because writing itself is such a subjective thing. Photography, you know, you can apply as much creativity to it as you want, but writing, you know, it's so different for everyone. You don't do it one specific way. And sometimes with writers, they you know, or people, or teachers or stuff like that, they're looking for things done a specific way. And it kind of leeches away a lot of the creativity and what you're capable of doing. In spite of the fact that there's some, you know, very valuable information there that you definitely should be imbibing. But I was always like, you know, like there's all kinds of books in the world. Why am I learning how to do it one specific way when there's not one specific way to do it? And I regret that now, because I could have had such a broader understanding of it. And even to this day, I have books right now that could actually like give me information, and I still feel this hesitancy in my heart to read them because it might actually, you know, make me feel bad about my capabilities, which is so stupid. It's so stupid and toxic, and I actively want to move on from that. My ideas are always genius in my head, but after it's written out, I see my limitations. But here's the thing, Johnny. That is.
Hey man, we are but poor little buff boys without a home. May we come in?
That's the thing though, Johnny, and this is something that I've been discussing lately and kind of wrapping my own brain around, is that it is actually a good thing to go, oh hey, I need to change that. The important thing is to not be like completely destroyed by the idea that you need to change a few things. Be like, oh, I see where, when I was reading my book on stream, I could see where I needed to change things. And in my brain, I was doing that while I was reading. I know that Uzu mentioned, hey, you're reading kind of fast. And I probably was. And I will definitely not be reading super fast the next time I do it. But my brain was all over the place. One, I was thinking about like, oh my word, I can't believe I'm sharing my book on stream with all these people who are actually like trying to support me and eager to listen. Such a blessing, so incredible. But I also have a lot of feelings connected to this book that I am currently, sifting through by actively doing this. And at the same time, like one, sharing something that's important to me, big emotions there. Two, looking at something I hadn't actually read through in a long time and figuring out, how I felt about it because, the whole publishing process and this whole story that I've already explained on stream. And three, actively critiquing it as I'm going because I hadn't read it in a while and my capabilities have improved since then, hopefully. So it was a whole bunch of emotions going on at the same time. And I might have been reading a little fast. So you read books forever, so you know how they read and what you should do, but you might not know things in the way that you can use them to write yourself. This is true, Static. I see where you're coming from. Because being taught how to do something is so incredibly useful. Or even just hearing the ideas from other people, other educators, and then learning how to apply them to your own work is such a strategy. And it is such a marker of like self-awareness and your own capabilities. I think the idea of rejecting that sort of stuff is actually, it's not good. It's a mark against you because you're showing that you are not fully 100% capable of new ideas and changing and being willing to evolve, which is the only way to get better at anything. And not just get better, but also to explore your relationship to your craft and to your art. Am I making sense right now? Because this is something that I am currently dealing with, where I'm going, why am I having such a hard time with writing? It's because of the way that I am viewing it in relation to myself. It is not in a healthy way, and it prevents me from actually approaching it and actually being willing to dive back into it. Instead of kind of just like side-eyeing it to the corner, being like, if I'm not good at this, it says something about me, and I don't know if I can handle that idea. Whereas if I am open to new ideas about it and improving upon it and exploring different ways to approach it, then I'm going to be able to be eager to get back to it and continuously get better and re-envision things. So I'm trying to move forward with that. You are so speaking to me right now. Oh, okay. I'm so glad I'm not the only one, Johnny. I know that I can't be. I understand that this is probably a universal feeling when it comes to artists, and I'm glad we're having this discussion because I think that for a long time I would just be feeling alone with these ideas and letting them get to me and get inside my head because I'm a big mental spiraler. That is one of those Olympic sports that I am very good at, is just not being able to let things go and just sit with it and let it cycle about in my brain until it absolutely pushes me over the edge. I'm in therapy right now and discussing that. What's up, Arcane Storm? It's so glad to be here. Show me your motivation. Chat, you are my motivation. You are my motivation. And I mean that sincerely. Being part of Twitch has really made me excited again about delving back into all of this stuff and actually improving on it, because I am now surrounded by people that I can have discussions with about it and actually not feel so alone about it and realize, oh, hey, we're all fucking going through this. But the way that we approach getting back into it is the thing that matters. Not necessarily giving up and moving on and saying, hey, maybe I need to recognize that this isn't for me, but more so the idea of like, when I approach it again, how should I do that? And that's kind of where I'm at right now. Sometimes being open to new ideas is the push you need. Absolutely, Alari. Sometimes that is what speaks to... Get out of here, ad break. Oh my goodness. Taking up all my chat. I need to figure this out here. I'm going to rearrange these windows for a second. I need another monitor. I truly do. I shouldn't, but I truly need another one. Okay, now I can read chat a little bit better. Okay, perfect. Mood girl. Yeah, oh, Alari, you and me both. Oh my word. It's so bad. Alari, I was telling chat earlier, I don't know if you were here for it, but literally I have not been able to let go of this thing that happened yesterday when I was in a different chat when I was supposed to be working, and literally just like I like replied to a statement where like I was trying to be funny. I was like, oh, I didn't even know what you were talking about, because it was like this chat, and I was like, oh, I didn't know what you're talking about. Instead of it being funny, I didn't provide enough context for it to be funny, so the person just replied, be like, oh, that's okay, this is what I meant. And I'm like, no, oh my word, I didn't make that funny because I didn't provide context, and now I've been spiraling ever since yesterday. And which is stupid because it happened yesterday and it's a thing that doesn't actually matter in the world, but will I let it go? Not without, actively trying. Not proud of that. Yes, it's so hard holding on to things. Oh, Johnny, it's not a strat. It's definitely a oh no, what just happened? Oh no, what just happened? Oh, I need to take that off. I so need to take that off. Thank you so much, whoever sent me a PayPal tip. I'm so sorry that the little redeem did not play. I am super embarrassed about that. And I need to get my PayPal shit figured out because it is so not okay right now. Here, let me play that though. Let me play that. Oh, I can't play that because that is on Streamlabs. Ha 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 ha. I'm so embarrassed. When is that? When am I gonna get that figured out? But thank you, whoever did that. I really do appreciate that. That was incredibly kind of you. My PayPal's such a mess right now, you have no idea. I probably won't even be able to retrieve that. I've had to reject several PayPal tips because it's just been such a hot garbage mess. So please, I don't want to put like a pinned message of like, please don't tip, because that sounds like such a fucking gross assumption that you would do that, but it's a mess right now, but I do appreciate it. It's so hard for me to go back to the drawing board on how my method for art is. It's such a humbling thing, Green Wizard. It makes you have to actually like re-examine yourself. And that's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing for you to look yourself in the eye because you're putting your heart and soul into your art. And you're like, I don't want to have to doubt this because this is the actual thing that is actually boosting my confidence. It's very, very difficult to go, I want to improve upon this and learn new methods to improve upon it because I have a good relationship with it. And I want to get better. I know it's not all the same thing, but I totally get with the feeling of dealing with feedback on something that you poured your heart and soul and years of work into. It can be rough, Chaos Lord. It can be rough. I am very much trying to change my mentality behind it and go, no, this is a way to actually love the thing that you're doing because you want to improve upon it. This is something I'm trying so hard to hold on to and actually not be just blowed over by it. Twitch communities have changed my life too. Oh, same, Grid Wizard. Absolutely same. Oh my word. Girl, you and me both. I will someday get into the testimony that I have to give of where I've come from. I kind of got into it when I streamed and I was talking about my book for the first time and my journey with the publishing and arriving here. But like this all, like getting to where I am now really started in 2024. And that's a whole fucking story. Not getting into it today, but eventually I will talk about it. When it comes to stories or writing, I got a big ego that's easily popped. Oh man, it's not even like, I hate saying, you see, like I think I'm going to be like disingenuous if I say it's not an ego thing for me, Johnny. I have to recognize that it's probably an ego thing for me. But I hate that though, because ego is always tied up with fragility, if you know what I mean. And that's something that I recognize in the world itself, and I definitely recognize inside myself that, particularly with the way that I grew up in my childhood, in finding validation and worth in being good at something like writing, especially something that I loved with all my heart and just felt so right to me. The idea of like you're not good at it, so you shouldn't do it. That's where my brain was. You know, that's unfortunately I couldn't like separate the two sometimes. I definitely can now, or at least we're working on it. But at the time, definitely not. Definitely not. That was the thing where it's like, if you're not good at it, then you are going to be barred from doing it. And the notion of get good, it wasn't a thing. I don't know why. I don't know why get good wasn't a thing. It was either you're good at it and you should do it, or you're not good at it, stop it. I hate that mentality. It really is such a bummer of a thought process, and it does prevent you from actually doing things. It prevents many people from doing things. And I know it's a toxic trait called get good, but because it was, you know, brought up in the gamer world and it's supposed to be like a mocking thing, but I love that notion now. I actually printed it off. It's on my wall. I like made it into fancy text in Canva and printed it off and put it in a really fancy frame. And now every time that I get that imposter syndrome of like, stop it if you're not good at something, whatever that happens to be, I always look at it. Whether it's like, oh, self-promotion, I suck at it. Get good. Or it's like, oh, you know, like answering emails. Linda and I were talking about this the other night. Scared to answer an email? Get good. You know, you can, the idea that you can improve upon it, whether you have to strong arm your way through it, or you have to learn a new strategy or something, it is possible. And you can get better, and you do deserve to be there, because fuck it, we're all alive and we all get to choose what we do in life and how to do it. Not without days of therapy. Days, months, years. But here's the thing, Static. I put off therapy for years, which probably wasn't a good decision, because I have had traumatic things happen to me, and they've compiled, and I have had to deal with them kind of one at a time. But it took years to finally get a therapist, and I'm so happy I did. I have a tendency to... I'm so sorry that I'm like behind on chat. I know I've been going off on tangents. I'm very tired. I have a tendency to nosedive spectacularely, but at least it's in a spectacular way, Arcane Storm. No one wants a lame nosedive. Just kidding. Just kidding. Neo, my dude. Oh, welcome back to the shady side. I'm so happy that you're here with your emotes. I get the same way over a oh my goodness. And I know that's universal too, Green Wizard, but oh my word, I get so in my head about it. Like every single time, whenever you see me chatting anywhere, usually it's me just like overthinking every single word before I send it to be like, is this going to be misunderstood? Is this joke going to land? And then it can be a moment where you overthink it so much that the actual thing you're talking about is no longer part of the conversation, and the thing you're saying is no longer like pertinent. So it sounds like you're just bringing something back up. It's a whole thing. Chatting's a whole thing. Sup chat, sup Neo. We'll have to have a chat about this one song I'm working on at some point, Shady. Fucking right, Static. I want to hear all about it. Yes, your art is your heart and soul. It's you. If it's rejected, you are rejected. I feel that so hard, Johnny. I feel that so hard. And here's the thing. It's gonna keep you from doing the art. And granted, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're just going for it anyways. I should be locked in now, though. You're good, Chaos Lord. I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate like the pop in, say hi, whatever you want to do. We're always happy to have you, Chaos Lord. But then as far as just like taking your art and feeling this, you know, need to constantly protect it and be defensive on it because it is representing your heart and your soul, it's hard because usually they go hand in hand, right? They go hand in hand and be like, here's something I'm super passionate about and I spend all my time thinking about and I have been putting all this effort into, and I need you to accept it because you're looking at me when that is happening. I spent most of my life dealing with that. And then I'm happy I took that hiatus in my 20s to just be a human being and develop more parts of myself, because I was just this one-dimensional person. I really, really was. I was books, stories. That is Emily. That's all who I am. And I suffered greatly because of that. But then getting out into the world and doing more things, being more things, that allowed me to actually be a much better person and much more enjoyable to be around, and it made me a lot stronger. Granted, I didn't go through a lot of fun things in my 20s, but some of them were great. it did make me stronger. You know, I don't know if anybody has ever gone through that when they become obsessed with something when they're a kid, and that's the only thing they do. I really wish that I had had more of a variety of interests. When I was growing up, like granted, I did, but the things that I poured my heart and soul into were definitely the writing and everything like that, and just what my brain operated around constantly. Excuse me. So yeah, it became a big target of, you know, if you want to hurt me, go for the art. I'm happy to say that I'm now inundated with a variety of new ways to like break my heart if you reject the idea. Love you. Love me some cameras now. Thankfully, so glad. If you feel embarrassed about stream, remember that once I was poor, rapping to Cardi B with what? What? If you feel embarrassed about stream, remember that once I was poor, rapping to Cardi B with no music playing, in particular, the line, "Take a shot of my pussy juice"? What are you talking about, Linda? I am so lost right now. Are you talking about, like, chatting in streams? I do love you, Linda. I love you too, Linda. I apologize. I am so out of it. So out of it today. I'm here for Shady. My journey started last year too. Oh, hell yeah, Green Wizard. We're all gonna get there together. If you have to have an ego if you're creating something. I remember us talking about this, Static. We actually already discussed this. Yeah, absolutely. If you're presenting it to the public, you have to believe on some level that it's worth someone's time. It's about having healthy ego, and as Shady is saying, being able to not collapse under the slightest scrutiny. This is 100% true, Static. 100% true. And that's why I, later on in life, got 2 different tattoos. One of them is a bee tattoo. I don't know if I can double. Oh, no, I cannot. One is a bee tattoo. It is a bumblebee. And that is supposed to represent my imposter syndrome, which is rampant, trust me, which is why I'm so defensive when it comes to my art, or at least I have been, among other things. Because a bee is supposed to be aerodynamically incapable of flight, but it doesn't know that. Nobody told the bee that, so it just keeps flying. And that is how I want to maintain that mentality as well. Just be like, should you not? You know what? I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm just gonna keep going. And then I also got the tattoo of the dragon. Oh dear. Can you see it? Oh shoot, can you see it? Sorry if that is a really terrible way to actually view that. I'm going to hurt myself if I try to spin around any more than it already has. But it is, I love vulgar female rap music, as do I, Linda, as do I. I love vulgarity in general. But yeah, that's why I got the dragon tattoo, because it's supposed to represent healthy ego, which is, as Static was saying, the belief that I do have something to offer to the world, and I'm going to stand on that, and I'm going to present it to the world, and, you know, just like hold on to it. But it's supposed to be healthy ego. That's what I keep reminding myself. Because I'm like, yes, you're a bee that's doubting yourself all the time, but you just keep going, but you're also a dragon that understands that you're awesome and amazing, and that you have something that's worth looking at, or worth experiencing. But it has to be coming from a good place. You know what I mean? Instead of just be like, I'm going to reject all criticisms and all possibility of getting better. It's going to be like, no, I know I have something good to offer, and I'm also willing to work on it to make it the best it can be. So that's where that comes from. I try to have balance on both sides. I'm a firm believer in doing what makes you happy. Fuck whatever makes you miserable, just because it's a good decision for the future or some shit. Life is short, just enjoy it. Why spend years and years being miserable? Alari, yes, my girl. I'm totally there with you. I couldn't have said it better myself. And Alari, believe it or not, I tell myself that all the time, where I'm just like, hey, you have the decision here. You could either be miserable or you could be happy. And I know that there's a lot of different things playing into it, into what is having you make these decisions, but for the most part, that's what you're going for. You have to kind of make a decision. And oftentimes that's the only thing that will get me out of a spiral. Be like, you've lived here for long enough, you gotta either move on or just enjoy being miserable. And I'm like, I don't like being miserable. So eventually I move on. Or if something gets mistyped, I end up erasing it out because I feel irrelevant. Oh, I know. And sometimes Green Wizard, I literally, I tell myself, like, just send it anyways. Just send it anyways. And that way I feel my bravery return a little bit and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Just go for it. And more often than not, Green Wizard, it's fine. It's totally fine. Usually, like, something good comes out of it. But I don't know. I'm always, like, trying to check in with my intuition, be like, is this something that's going to actually play through all right? Or are you just, you know, bulldozing your way forward for the sake of doing it? I try to be in tune with that, because sometimes it doesn't always work out. I love you, but what the fuck are you on right now? Are you on right now? Do I seem like I'm on something? That's a quotation. That's a quotation. I'm not really... Do I seem like I'm on lack of sleep and lots of caffeine static. That is the only thing keeping me afloat right now. You wouldn't believe how much caffeine I've had today just to arrive in this moment. The bees. I hope that means the bee image and not you wanting to actually leave. You were feeling embarrassed about your stream messing up. A group I did on stream. You were rapping Cardi B in stream. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That's amazing, Linda. Linda, you were one of the bravest people I ever met because you just go for it. And I wish I just went for it all the time, but I'm too self-conscious. So trust me, you're one of my heroes, girl. Here, bees are the symbol of Manchester, or it's the Brentford Football Club. Oh, really? That's cool. I can see them, you know, kicking some balls around. Actually, bumblebees like to play with ball static. Have you ever seen that video? I think it's, I want to say Zifranc. I could be wrong, though. But yeah, bumblebees like to play. Not for any sense of food reward or anything, but they'll, like, if they'll get distracted by wooden balls and just, like, push them around. Oh, thank you so much, Green Wizard. You're so nice. I'm so happy that you decided to come hang out over here. I guess I should try a more balanced approach. As should I, Johnny. As should I. We all should. That's the thing that about being an artist is sometimes we feel so isolated from each other because we're just, you know, it's how do I explain this? It's this weird desire to want to feel isolated, but then suffering from feeling isolated. And I say that because the idea of feeling isolated makes you feel more special, if that makes any sense. Where you're like, I'm living in this moment by myself, and that is all these feelings that are coming from it is making me feel very special about it. And therefore anyone trying to enter in, you know, is gonna take something away from it. That's why I never joined like a writer's group, never joined like a reading club or anything like that, because it felt so personal to me that hearing other people's thoughts and feelings, like, I don't know, would somehow take away from it. Very unhealthy, very unhealthy. I am trying to no longer have anything to do with that mentality. I want to move away from it. What are you drinking? I am drinking Crystal Light. It is the lighter mess. Good for the waistline. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. It is, it's actually like a water flavor packet, and it has caffeine in it. It is the wild strawberry. I've had 2, 4, 6. So I've done 2 packets per one of these glasses since noontime.
Oh, well, then you must have a smack and a
So
smack
3
and a smack
hours,
and a
4
smack and
hours
how dare
almost.
you, how dare you, how dare you!
There is no courage without fear. This is true, Arcane Storm. Absolutely true. And that is the crazy thing, is that sometimes we forget that, or oftentimes we forget that, because being brave is being afraid but doing it anyways. Whereas we sometimes take the fear as an indicator that we should move away from whatever it is we are facing. Because, you know, if you're meant to do it, you wouldn't be afraid by it. which definitely isn't always true. Sometimes you just need to do it anyways. Which is not always easy. It's pretty scary sometimes. Would it be possible to make a reverse of that bee emote so that we stand bees? Okay. You know what, Chaos Lord? That exists. And I almost bought it. But then I thought that perhaps, like, that doesn't make any sense. So I wanted to get the bee one for, like, a sassy little, well, I'm leaving now. But it would be cool to have both. Yeah, I could probably download that off of Etsy and have both. Animal video, that's more of an Uzu thing. Okay, but surely you two share interests sometimes. Or not even share, but you know, like, he'll share something and you are interested because you love and care about him. You know what I mean? I'm misunderstood. Ooh. Ooh, Johnny, why you calling me out like that? Why are you calling me out? Why are you calling all of us? Ouch. Oh, ow. Ow, my poor shin. Why are you calling all of us out like that? Johnny, we're like, we're so special because we're so misunderstood. We're just struggling to be an artist. Why does it make us feel special? Why? It's such a bad mentality. Thank you for calling me brave. That's so sweet. I always thought of it as impulsive. I think it's brave. I think it's brave to do stuff like that, but that's because I get into my head so much, Linda. Get so much into my head of like, what are people thinking about me saying that? And I fucking hate it. Every single time I'm able to move away from that mentality, Linda, I'm so friggin' happy all the time, and I feel so free. That's why, like, I don't know, a lot of people, not a lot of people, nobody actually, nobody, but occasionally someone will bring up, like, oh, you gift a lot. And yeah, because I want to. And usually whenever I do that, it's a marker for me to go, oh, hey, you actually did the thing that you wanted to do without overthinking it to the point of you not doing it. And I always feel this odd sense of empowerment, not because of spending money or anything like that, but because you're like, oh, I want to do this thing. And instead of overthinking it to the point of like, oh, what are people, you know, am I calling too much attention to myself? Is it look too weird? Or do people like it or not like it? I just do it. And it feels so good after that. It just, I'm like, yes, I did the thing that I wanted to do. And it just makes me feel like, it's weird. It almost like helps me regulate myself. Thanks, Shady. You're so nice too. Just glad to be here with you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Green Wizard. Like I said, not my best day to stream because holy shit, I'm so tired. But I'm really happy that you're having a good time. I am one of you. I am one of you. I'm so not centered here. Yeah. I also realized that my Zooms might be a little creepy. I don't mean for them to be creepy. I had a whole vision for them when I was creating them. I might change them. I apologize if anybody's been getting scared. Love the art talk. Feels good to hear other artists talk about their feelings. Absolutely, Green Wizard. That's one of the things I love about being in chats, is that people kind of like bring their own thoughts to these things. And actually, we're able to have discussions about stuff. It's so much fun to be able to hear from other people and either like, you know, bolster each other or kind of give advice, you know, and just like explore these ideas together. So much fun. And very helpful, I should say. It's been very encouraging. I don't go into detail about song he likes. I don't sit through animal lectures. It makes us work. Wow, Static, wow. Wow. We hang out and misunderstand each other together. That's right, Chaos Lord. We are a group of misunderstoods. Which, you know, if all of us are misunderstood, can any of us be misunderstood? Absolutely. We can all be misunderstood as one giant mass. Michael's the same way. When we went to buy a house and his parents were being very negative, I just told them, well, now I'm just going to do what I want and you're not going to know anything. Oh man, Linda. You laid the fucking law down, girl. Holy shit. So then they only got a phone call when we got the keys. Ooh, girl. Girl. A little slap and a slap there over there to the parents. But, you know, sometimes you need those boundaries, you know what I understand? You know what I mean? Like, that's a hard thing to do sometimes. big dick in the in-laws. Well, she set a boundary down, and you need that. Because depending on like your family dynamic and stuff like that, you can have people walk all over you. And I know that in-laws are particularly difficult because, you know, there's always like some sort of form of judgment or, you know, stereotypes or stuff like that. I have none to speak of, but I don't know. I always have this dream of if I have in-laws someday that we're gonna get along really well, or like they're gonna love me as a daughter or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm, you know, reaching for the stars a little bit too much here, because it sounds like the stereotype like lives up to a certain standard of expectation. But good for you, Linda. That is the bravery and strength I'm talking about that I wish to imbibe in myself. In high school, we were reading a section of Emerson's Self-Reliance, and it ending with something about to be great is to be misunderstood. Right in that moment, I wanted to be a writer. I'm the most misunderstood. Oh my word, Johnny, you're hitting upon an idea that I personally have imbibed myself 100%. Because the more misunderstood you are, the better you surely are. You know what I mean? It's such a shame. It's such a shame too, because the idea of being misunderstood making you feel special is such a sad thing. Because that's not supposed to be the ultimate journey of being a human, you know what I mean? We shouldn't want to be more isolated from our fellows. We should want to be able to, like, oh, I'm getting dappled. I'm sorry. Here. I apologize. There we go. I should just start the stream with that being down already, but I like the sun. It fills in with the dark circles under my eyes. Is that too bright? It's fine. Oh, it's way too bright. Sorry, I'm fixing the ISO. Is that good? Whatever. It's fine. Excuse me. Oh no, daylight. Well, it's the dappling static, because I don't want like a patch of light here and a patch of light there. It doesn't look good. They blame the romantics. I do. I blame them for everything. Uzu texts my mother more regularly than I do. That's so... Oh, Uzu! I thought you meant Uzu's mom texts your mom. I was like, that is so fucking cool that if you have two moms who are getting along, that's a fucking rare thing. But that's awesome though, Static. Good for Uzu. You guys are so cute. You guys are so adorable. I bet you will, Shady. Keep daydreaming those sweet realities and they will come. Oh, shit, Green Wizard. What an absolutely long journey that is going to be, but I feel so good about where I'm at right now, because for a long time, I know you're so new here, so I'll kind of give you light sheepets. What's going on, Tita Lady and company? We're so happy to have you here on the Shady side. Well, let me see here. I do not like his mother at all. Aw, that's too bad. So Green Wizard, I appreciate you coming over to the Shady side. New here, I've been kind of going on to this little... I love that emote, Neo. It looks so cool. I actually have that one. I think it's an axolotl. Having like an existential spiraling crisis, Neo. Thank you so much for the bits, by the way. Oh, that's so funny. That's me, literally me. This past 16 hours, me being like, oh, that one chat, why am I so stupid? Embarrassing, really embarrassing. More so embarrassed that I can't let it go. But I'm also trying to find peace with that. Be like, yeah, you know, you're gonna fuck up sometimes. Right? It's so cool. So anyways, Green Wizard, I've been going on I've been starting a journey with chat when it comes to the book. I just saw this over on the side too. I realized usually I start... Oh, sorry. I think I knocked my UV a little bit, so then I had like a gag reflex. That's weird. I'm sorry. Am I okay? What is going on? I think I'm okay. I think that was weird. I have no clue what just happened there. Can you excuse me for a second, guys? I am so sorry. I don't know what is going on with me. I need to like go gag in like the bathroom or something. I have no idea what's wrong. Give me 1 second. Good heavens, what on earth? Alrighty then, friends. I am so sorry about that. That was so incredibly strange. But I did take the opportunity to pee. I'm okay. I'm sorry, I'm reading Linda's thing at the moment. I will keep that in mind for whoever I choose to be with, Linda. I think moms are dicey. It's cool to meet someone who's creative, who understands. I think that we, as creatives, Johnny, like understand more about each other than we know. You know, I think that is, it's something we have more universal shared feelings that we just don't discuss, if you know what I mean, because we're all trying to be the isolated, misunderstood ones. But I think that we're all kind of like running on the same fumes, if you know what I mean. Definitely continue to feel happiness where you are too. Absolutely, Green Wizard. That is so get better. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was just because I needed like a drink or something like that, or I had a drink, or like I've been talking so much that my tongue is literally like slapping my uvula or something. It was strange. It was very strange. Chilling, getting avowed. I'm good. I have good throw up. It's a good Linda. Oh my gosh. What are you talking about? Oh my word. I had to yell at my parent, not my parents, my parent, the only one who's still alive, the other day, Linda. My mom will just be saying stuff sometimes. Thank you for the bits, Neo. That's so cute. I love that emote so much. But yeah, Linda, I had to like talk to my mom the other day because I don't know, she's very much like a self-conscious person who's dealt with a lot of like demons that I've dealt with and has like passed it on to me growing up. But she's always talking about, you know, losing weight or getting slim or whatever, you know, and she's, you know, not exactly young anymore. She's 71 and this is still constantly on her mind. And she made a joke to me the other day where she's just like, oh, I got sick the other day and threw up. And, you know, I realized this might be a great way to lose weight. I was like, what? Woman? What the fuck are you talking? I was like, yeah, absolutely. Bulimia. That's a fantastic way to lose weight. That's a great mentality to have, Mom. I also just got home and was tired and was like a little annoyed, and I was just like, what? Like, you're not, what would possess you to say that? Why would you say that? This is why we don't always get along. Why we don't get along most of the time, because this sort of stuff comes out of her mouth. And then she does the thing where she flips it around and makes it my problem, where she'll go like, Emily, I'm joking, you know, like with that attitude. As if, you know, I'm the one who's like got an issue and doesn't have a great sense of humor or something like that. And I'm just like, oh yeah, you know, let's just joke about a real deal, you know, eating disorder that many people deal with constantly all the time and has, you know, destroyed bodies physically. I think I said something like that too, where I'm just like, hey, yeah, your esophagus and your teeth are really gonna love that. You know, and gotta do a mother-son session. Okay, Linda, Godspeed. I love you, girl. I'll be thinking about you. You're amazing. I'd yell at my mom too, right? Like, who says shit like that? That is, and obviously she does, and she'll say these things, and granted, I have had very bad body image issues my entire life, and most of it is because of my parents, believe it or not. You know, I was bigger when I was a teenager, and my dad like threatened to take my allowance away unless I lost weight, and my mom would be like, you know, like, guys only like skinny girls and stuff like that, you know. And it was also the early 2000s, so I had enough of it from media going on, if you know what I mean. So I grew up really just like demolishing myself mentally based on my looks, and it's a whole thing. I'm sure many people who grew up in that era, it is rough. And it's like nothing, you know, I've been working through it in therapy, baby, you know, but just, I now understand that, you know, these types of mentalities are passed down to your kids if you have them. And I'm able to see like, oh, you know, why would my parents say something so fucked up to me? It is the culture that they grew up in, and it's also the story that they tell themselves. And clearly this is a story that my mother has told herself her entire life. And even in her 70s, she's dealing with this sort of stuff instead of, you know, finding self-acceptance or a better way to talk about herself and the other things that, you know, us responsible people have done. And, you know, just the sensitivity around these types of things and the heartbreak of whatever you got to go through mentally in order to work your way out of a diseating order? What the actual fuck? An eating disorder, which I never had, praise God, but I could have had very easily. Sometimes it's easy to forget everyone is going through stuff. That is so true, Johnny. That is so incredibly true. And my mom do be forgetting. I try to have compassion for her because I know that she has never done the healing that I have been able to do. She never had the tools to do it, especially like she grew up in an era where all you got was the culture that was around you, if that makes sense. Whereas now I can watch a bunch of Abby Sharp videos on YouTube and learn about disordered eating and the best into intuitive eating and things of that nature, and, you know, see positivity in that area, whereas my mother never got the opportunity to have that, even though I've told her a million times to watch the Abby Sharp videos. And you might sound like I'm endorsing Abby Sharp for everything. I definitely am not. She's not a perfect person, but she does have a lot of really good stuff out there that I would recommend to people if they're dealing with that type of stuff. My mother would always make comments about my body. Oh, Alari, I'm so sorry, girl. Isn't that the fucking worst? It's like, why get it from a parent? Why you're supposed to be my cheerleader. You're supposed to be raising me to love myself and to have confidence and stuff. Why are you trying to tear me down? She'd take me shopping and gave me stuff too. Oh my gosh. Oh, that size used to fit. Oh, that's awful, Laurie. I fucking hate that. Absolutely fucking hate that. I hate parents. It's terrible. I'm gonna be lurking for a while, but I shall return later. I appreciate it, Riley. I know it's taking us forever to get into the actual game. Shig, what is up, my dude? Welcome back to the shady side. Build your kids up in a positive way. You see, that's what I'm saying. And I it's something that gets passed down through the generations, I think, when it comes to be like how you were influenced when you were growing up is kind of what is coming out of your mouth now that you're an adult, if that makes sense. Even though you know for a fact that that's not the stuff you want to say, but it was what it was told to you when you were growing up, so it's just kind of there ready to go. For instance, like my nephew is 6 years old, right? He's a little boy, and he is, he's kind of got like a little tummy going on, and I can hear my parents making remarks about it in my head, to the point where it's like one of those things that's about to come out of my mouth, but I go, in no way, shape, or form would I ever want to make this little child conscious about his body in that way. I think that's one of the most unhealthy things to do to your kids, but it's right there because that's how your parents like taught you, or the things that they said to you when you were growing up, and it's awful. And I fight against it every single day and try to rearrange it in my brain. But it's also bad because it's the way that you speak to yourself sometimes. And I go, that's got to stop with me. There's no way that I would ever treat another human being like this or make them see themselves in a poor light because of these reasons. It's so bad. But I totally believe in offering your kids self-confidence, breaking the cycle. Absolutely, Johnny. Breaking that cycle of poor parenting, and not even just like the idea of just like parenting, but how you go out and how you interact with the world, and the things that you personally say to other people will affect the way that they feel constantly, all the time. And you can either uplift people or you can bring them down. And I just missed some chat, so I'm gonna scroll back up really quick. Honestly, some people just don't want to change. That is true, Alari, and I think it's not because they think that they don't want to change. I think it's because they go, I don't see a reason to change. Whereas it's like, it's not so much them being like, I get the fact that I could be better and don't want to be. It's more so just like, I don't think I am in a position where I have to be better. And they just don't see the flaws in the way that they're communicating or talking to the world. I can relate to the not mixing with my mom. She's very narcissistic and put me lower than her by shaming me. Oh my word. I will never treat my girls that way. And that is something that I am 100% dedicated to, Green Wizard. Like I said, I only have a cat daughter, and I try to still uplift her as much as possible and actually tell her how much I love her and how beautiful she is, because that is not something I heard growing up at all. I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it, but like my parents always had something to say to me, and like my dad would make jokes about like needing to bribe a man to marry me. And when you are 14 years old or 12 or 16 or whatever, that shit stays with you and it affects you throughout your entire life. And I try to remember that when I am talking to anyone, especially someone who is young. Even though everyone's problems are their own business, I think if we all knew, we might treat each other better. Oh, I see what you mean, Johnny. And I completely agree. I absolutely agree to that. That's why I remember I was in Liam's chat. It was a few weeks ago. It was maybe more than that. Maybe it was last month or something like that. But he was talking about how he was like, hey, Chad, did anybody else go through this thing where you are having a good day, but then you get into your head about it and start thinking about how you could lose this ability to have a good day because bad days are coming up, and you just have anxiety now and you put yourself out and get into your head? And I'm like, holy shit, I do that all the time. And I would just type it. I was like, oh my word, you go through that too? I can't believe it. I thought I was the only one. And he was like, no, do you know how many people are in the world? There's like 8 million of us. And the idea of you being the only one going through something is pretty unlikely. And I was like, well, okay, sassy. So I like typed in chat. I was just like, well, we don't talk about these things all the time. Nobody wants to put the worst of themselves out into the world for examination. So therefore we just isolate ourselves by not talking about our crap to each other. And so therefore, we do believe we're the only ones going through something. And we have shame behind that. And we feel like we're failing because of that. When in reality, it's so fucking common. It's not you failing. It's you doing something that is... What is the word I'm looking for? It's the norm. It's not a failure because it's the norm. It's about how you deal with it in the moment, though. And understanding you're not alone is actually very, very helpful. That right there. Oh, what right there? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's what happens with chats when they're like talking about something specific I just said. And then I'm just like, what? What is it? What is it? It's okay. I'm going to figure it out, Chaos Lord. I'm going to read this and figure it out. Those voices of theirs. Oh, you mean my parents. Okay. I think you mean my parents. Living rent-free in your head. That's the real symptom of... Yes, okay, so you are talking about my parents. Absolutely, Chaos Lord. I absolutely agree. And it is just... It sucks. It sucks, too, because now those are kind of the memories I have of my parents. Them saying this stuff to me, and it kind of defines my relationship with them, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I hate the fact that my father died before I was able to actually make our relationship better. And I think about that often because like he and I didn't have a good relationship at all. And it really did affect me. And affected me, like my mom's relationship with him, affected her relationship with us. You know, the whole family, you know, just like toxicity type of stuff. Now granted, he was a provider. I'll never take that away from him, but we just... He was a man who didn't heal from his own injuries, if that makes sense. And so he projected outwards and like lashed out at that, very defensive, and never was able to get close to him. Even when he was very sick, I was never able to like cross that gap, get past that bridge, and be able to be like, hey, we only have a limited amount of time here. We need to actually get along. But I was also, you know, 17 years old, and how on earth is that my responsibility to fix that broken relationship? It's not. It is not. I regret that I wasn't able to, and I regret that he did not try to, but it is now sad. It's sad that those are the memories I have. That is how I look at our relationship. And granted, I'm someone who believes in heaven, so I believe I'm going to see him again, and it'll be okay eventually. But for the moment, being on Earth, I feel sad that those are the memories I have of him, and that's all that's gonna be for a long time. As someone who has struggled with their weight all their life, oh really, Shig? Having it pointed out to your face in a negative light leaves a bigger emotional scar than the perpetrator can imagine. 100%, dude, and I'm so sorry to hear that. And it's funny, Shug, like we just don't know each other's stories sometimes because, you know, we can take a look at people and just kind of just make our own conclusions. Like I can look at you and be like, oh, cool buff gym guy who like has never had to struggle. But that's not necessarily the truth. And we just don't know those stories about each other. And that's why we always have to be sensitive to each other's feelings or to the stories that we don't know about. But I am so fucking right there with you, dude. I have been dealing with it my entire life and still am trying so hard to find balance with my own self-image and how I feel about myself. And it's a sensitive thing. It's a sensitive thing to put out there into the world, to be like, I sometimes really hate the way I look, and I struggle with how I eat and my exercise and everything like that, and how I accept myself, because I know myself. I only accept the side of me, the version of myself that is going to be very, very skinny. And it's difficult to say out loud because it's, you know, not the best way to view yourself, and it's not a good mentality to put out into the world. But it is the truth. It's the truth I have to acknowledge about myself and face head on and deal with it. And it's nice to have discussions about it where other people can also hear that and maybe have a sigh of relief and be like, oh, hey, I'm not the only one who struggles with this. Totally a thing to break mentally. My husband and I like to say our kids are smarter and better looking than us when we talk about them. If they know kindness, I'll be happy. Which is such a great thing to bolster your kids' feelings, Green Wizard. Although sometimes I don't know. I'm not a parent. I can't really say anything about it. Yeah, so I'm not a parent. I won't say anything. Nega's feelings, genuinely, you did not deserve. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. 100%. On my previous comment, by theirs, I meant abusive people in general. Oh, I see what you mean, Chaos Lord. I never got this kind of treatment from my parents, but pretty much everyone else. Which is almost... I don't know, Chaos Lord. Tell me about that perspective. Because I feel like I never had anybody say to my face that, like, I was either, you know, unattractive or unintelligent or unworthy in any particular way. That kind of thing only came from my parents, so that was a weird thing to grapple with. But I always kind of felt like it was, like, brewing beneath the surface, if you know what I mean. And it came down to, like, you know, who you're spending time with and how much of a negative person they are to your face, so to speak, if they will tear you down at all. I always felt that, like, even though things weren't being said to my face, so to speak, they were always being thought about. And I would come to that conclusion just by analyzing people's behavior around me, something I am still doing to this day, and it's driving me fucking crazy. Where I go, hey, their tone of voice changed, or they wouldn't look me in the eye, or they don't want to hang out with me or be friends with me or something. And so I would take that behavior, equate it to shit that I've heard before from, like, my parents or something like that, or just lean into the scary mystery of the world and be like, you know, it could be any fucking reason, and just assume that people didn't like me. And I've been dealing with that for a very, very long time. Of just being like, hey, why, the world doesn't hate you, but it's always a feeling that creeps back onto me. This is a great community, Shig, 100%, and you have been fully embraced by it. I hope you know that. We so enjoy you and your presence, and I hope that you can. I mean, I love the fact that you feel like you can come over here and hang out with here. See, hearing all this makes me want to be kinder to others. And that's what we're going after, Johnny. That is something that I try to embody in my day-to-day life. And if I get into it too much, I will start to weep profusely. So I'm not going to go into it too much, but that, as I like to say, why do we lift? We lift to lift the homie spirits. My mom would be like, no one would want to marry you. Enough of me talking about that, though. So about your father, Shady, who said the literal same thing, Green Wizard. So I don't know what it is about a certain generation of parents just thinking that they can say shit like that to us and just like, oh, it's a joke. It should be funny. And if you're not laughing at it, you're the one with the problem. It's fucking insane. I'm so glad Liam and Em have done really well. Oh, stop it, Alari. It has been you guys. You all have brought your best selves to the discussions and to the chat, and I am so blessed to have you here with me, hang out with me. I love hearing all your thoughts. I love the fact that you all feel like you can share, and I am hoping to be able to provide a place that we can do that. And I tried to do that also when I'm over in Liam's chat as well. You didn't deserve that. Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you. As I was saying, yeah, when I'm over in Liam's chat, I try to foster that as well. I know I'm just literally like a mod, excuse me, or somebody hanging out there. But he has also done an incredible job of fostering that environment. But I do want also, if my presence there does anything, it is to encourage people to speak their minds and to be open and to feel accepted there, as well as doing it here. But yeah, he's done a fantastic job. He's so talented at being able to speak to everybody and offer up his thoughts and have them feel heard. Hats off to that man. Hats off to him. I'm so fucking tired. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Hi there, baby. Welcome back to the shady side, queen. Oh, you're driving. Okay, yes. Be safe. Be safe. I also realized you probably chatted that a million years ago because I'm going down the line so fucking slowly. But if I don't, I'm gonna get lost and start mumbling to myself. So you're gonna have to be patient with me. When we talk about them to others, I definitely want them to have confidence. Your kids, but I don't want to put myself down to them. Ah, yes, that is something I was thinking of, Green Wizard, because I know that sometimes kids hearing parents talk about themselves in a certain way kind of makes them think about them thinking about themselves in that way, and it's, I don't know, it's kind of a weird balancing act. once again, what I've heard, not my experience. I'm not trying to claim anything, but we also learn from our parents of how to talk about ourselves from the way that they talk about themselves. Hence why I yelled at my mother about her making a joke about having bulimia, because I know that's wrong. That is a wicked thing to be said to their child. I'm so sorry. Appreciate that. I think you're gorgeous, Em. Oh, Laurie, you fucking queen. I love you so damn much. You have made my life exponentially more beautiful and happy, and I don't deserve you. You're the best, Laurie. You are truly the best. I will personally fight anyone. Make a fucking effort! Thank you, Shadow Snake. I will personally fight anyone who would say otherwise because you are genuinely pretty and have a beautiful soul. Thank you so much, Laurie. Believe it or not, the only person saying that about me is me. So you're gonna have to fight me, Laurie. But I will fight you too if you say anything about that about yourself. So we'll just be in a tussle together all the time. Losing a parent, whether your relationship with them was bad or not, is always going to be a tragic to deal with. 100%. 100%. It's almost sadder in a way, Shig, because then you have those regrets that you go, boy, I wish it could have been different, and it just wasn't. And you can't take it back or do anything about it. And I've talked to a lot of friends who have lost parents who they had really fantastic relationships with, and they are very sad because they miss them. And I wish that I had that sadness as opposed to, having literal nightmares about my father coming back to life, which is, on a whole other level and, definitely something to talk about in therapy. But I go, man, what is that like to actually miss your parent? I never will experience that, at least not in this lifetime. Next lifetime, hope, maybe. Life can be hard. Life can be so hard, Johnny. Good God Almighty, can life be hard? You were preaching to the choir, but that's the thing, though. Us talking about this is a way to help us all realize that everybody can have hardships in their life. Can have hardships in their life. More caffeine, please. Yes. I know that. Okay, so let me scroll down here. Am I caught up, basically? Oh, thank you, Alari. I don't know if I could handle my parents dying. Here's the thing, Johnny. Like, I think that is like a universally felt thing, no matter, unless you absolutely fucking despise them. And I didn't despise my dad. I didn't. It was just a very strained relationship that I mostly was just dealing with, like, the mystery of it, of like, how the hell do I handle this? Yeah, Alari and I have talked about this before. Not at length, obviously that'll come a day when we do. But, I don't know, it's difficult. Because on the one hand, you can still have a bad relationship with your parents, but be devastated by them passing, because you still want to have a good relationship with them. You want to be able to have that for yourself in your life. So there's some regrets there about losing that. And then if you like your parents, there's going to be regrets of you are losing something that you enjoy, which is a good relationship with your parents, and just them being there and missing them. And the absence is going to be difficult and heartbreaking. But then if you don't miss, I know I'm jabbering. I'm so sorry. You wouldn't believe I have 2 brain cells right now. I promise you I'm going somewhere with this. They're rubbing together. They're creating friction. There's electricity there. I'm holding on to that idea. There's a mystery with death. Do you know what I mean? That mystery is scary, no matter what is going on. Whether it's a good relationship or a bad relationship, the mystery of death being there is still terrifying. It is something that I remember when my father was sick. He died of lung cancer, and when he was sick, it was really scary because what was about to happen was kind of like an unknown thing. And I think that losing him at that age allowed me to understand death more. And so it has become less of a mystery to me. It's still devastating. It's still such a terrible thing to have to go through and experience. But the mystery of it got taken out a little bit. So that fear, that one specific fear was removed. And it's made me a lot more capable of approaching grief, if that makes sense. So I know it can be a really hard thing to go up to people who you can see grief written all over their face because they are currently facing that problem. And oftentimes it's so hard because you don't want to say the wrong thing. You want to be able to say the right thing, but is there really a right thing to say to somebody who's experiencing that kind of a grief? It made you stronger. I don't know if it made me stronger, Johnny. I don't think that grief necessarily makes you stronger. I think that you do grow from it, but you grow in other ways. I think that the analogy is that the grief itself always stays the same size, but you grow bigger around it. Maybe it made me stronger, maybe not, but more so, it made me more compassionate. Does that make sense? And it made me, it took away a roadblock. So I see somebody, because I don't know if I could get out of bed. Well, my situation and your situation is very different, Johnny. It sounds as though that it would completely, it was devastating for me in different ways. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Shig. I am so incredibly sorry about your loss. What is going on? I needed this stream like yesterday. Oh, okay, I am so glad that I am making sense to somebody, because I feel like I am rambling right now, but these are all my thoughts that are like co-assailed about it throughout the years, because I like talking about grief. And I know that sounds an insane thing to say, but it is something that comes easier to me because I have gone through so much grief. I'll be broke. Ah, I know, right? Such a difficult discussion. And even when it was happening to me years and years and years ago, I remember being so sad about things and being devastated by, because it felt like the world was ending when my father was sick. And I like to say that death is the ultimate separator, because are the memories still there? Yes. Is the world itself going to change because this person is not there? No. Are you continuing on in spite of them not being there? You are continuing on, but it does in that moment feel like the world is ending. And the ultimate thing, because what is death but separation? You know what I mean? That person, it's really hard to bring up because a lot of people don't want anything to do with any sad shit you say, so you're scared to say anything at all and suffer in silence. Shig, dude, you have hit the fucking nail on the head. And I remembered feeling that way when my dad was dying. I was 17 and I had a lot of complicated feelings, and I felt like I had no one to talk to about it because I felt bad bringing it up and just sprinkling it on everybody. And no one knew what to say to me. No one knew how to look me in the eye. And it hangs off of you at the time. I've likened it to just grief being like stones that hold you down. And it's almost like people can smell it on you and they avoid you. And it's whether just like this heaviness is around you, and whether it's because they feel like they're going to say the wrong thing to you and they feel really bad about it, or it feels because they don't want to affect their own sense of peace and happiness by being a compassionate ear for you. They just end up avoiding you or end up avoiding the subject. And I enjoy talking about it. I enjoy watching media about it. I enjoy, oh, they definitely fear it, Johnny. 100% they fear it because it's an unknown thing, right? They don't know how to deal with it. If they've not experienced it at any great like themselves, it's a lot of like unknown, and it's uncomfortable for them. I'm sorry I'm getting derailed. Like I said, I have 2 brain cells right now, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything important up here. One thing my sister taught me when we both moved out is that dad and mom and dad don't know everything. 100% true, Arcane Storm. And depending on the generation they're from, they might know even less than you do, believe it or not. I think, oh, it was being mentioned in the other stream, something about how, like, AI is, like, tricking certain generations, or, something about crime rates or something, I don't know. We're actually pretty well versed in this conversation versus other generations. This place is really safe here for that. M makes it very easy for us to share if it's needed, as long as it's appropriate. Her stream, aw, good. I'm so glad that I'm giving that off. I am so glad I'm giving that off. And I am someone who is open to be like, hey, you know, this thing made me uncomfortable. Please tell me. Please tell me. Oh, dude, I noticed when my dad passed away, my roommates were so awkward around me after it happened. I felt so bad and tried really, really hard. And isn't that a shame, Alari? Isn't that a fucking shame that you had to feel that way? Because it's almost just like, how dare you leech away my happiness by this very real thing going on with you and sitting heavy inside of you? How dare you go through that when my own fucking selfish piece of happiness is at stake here? I cannot. And here's the thing, grief is a sensitive thing. It's very difficult. I try to approach it as gently as possible, and the best way, in my opinion, to do that is by listening. I think most of the time we just want people to hear us out, because it's a confusing thing, right? We aren't 100% sure how we feel about it or how we should, and it's a lot of just, you know, letting different ideas out, exploring them, letting yourself be confused. I think grief and confusion go hand in hand, and having someone who is willing to listen to you be that confused is completely invaluable and very rare. But oftentimes when we are on the other side of it and we are the person approaching someone going through something, we are often like, I don't know, the way that how should I be phrasing this? Oftentimes we go into a conversation assuming we know how the conversation should go, just in regular everyday life, right? Excuse me. And I think we assume the same thing about someone who is grieving. We're just like, oh, okay, I did it. Sorry for your loss. And then they'll be like, oh, it's okay. And then you're just like, you're hitting these conversational points, you know what I mean? And you're expecting that to happen, even though it's obviously like a complicated subject that isn't laid out completely, but we're still expecting it to be. Whereas the appropriate thing to do is to go in and say, I'm here to listen to whatever it is you have to say. And if it means you muddling through these feelings, I am willing to listen. That is something that needs to be learned. I'm just happy that I can share it with y'all. Shig, I'm so honored that you would feel comfortable enough to share anything on here. I 100% don't have to, but if you feel comfortable enough to do it, that's great. That is awesome. Even if you went through something similar, it's still hard to know what to say to someone experiencing loss. Absolutely, Split GTV, because you don't want to go in with any sense of arrogance, you know what I mean? And I have to remind myself of this a lot, where I have to go, you know, just because you went through something similar, it's a unique situation and everyone has their unique set of feelings. So I try to go in and listen as much as possible. And I try really hard to not make it about me, even though I have stories that I can use to relate to it. It is still not about me who's experiencing it. Maybe it's helpful to share that so that they feel less alone. I think that is a good thing, but I try to wait as long as possible so that they can actually get their feelings out before I start doing that. Or at least I try to. It's very easy to hop in with your own stuff because I think that we're all super eager to make sure that they understand that they know. Shady, much love and support from my end. Oh, dude, absolutely, Shig. Must go and pick up my kid now. Have a great Easter stream. Absolutely. 07's my dude. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have an awesome day. I'll be checking your stream out at some point. Hopefully I'll have slept at then, because I can barely talk right now. But glad to have you here, dude. See you later. I believe I briefly talked to Shady about this concept before, but an idea that really helped me is the point that emotions don't really exist. Okay, all right, Static. That's a strong stance to take. They don't have a physical look, so they are impossible to describe to other people. So we just do what we can with words. We have to do so. Okay, I'm following along here. This just highlights how important it is to actually listen to people when they speak instead of just hearing words. Absolutely. I think I know what you're trying to say, Static, and I think it just kind of depends on your perspective on that sort of stuff. You know, emotions definitely exist, but if you're talking about it more so in sort of the, you know, they're metaphysical, right? They're not physical. You can't pick them up. You can't mold them, but you can take control of them, which, you know, is still a difficult notion to really embody or to embrace. You know what I mean? Where the idea of like, you have to do both when it comes to emotions. You have to allow yourself to feel it and acknowledge it. Otherwise, it just becomes a constant battle inside of yourself. Don't look at that yet, Emily. Finish your train of thought. You're gonna get derailed. It becomes a constant battle inside yourself about not allowing yourself to feel the emotion. So, and then not like really aligning yourself with reality when you do that. So you have to let yourself feel it, but then you have to decide what to do with that emotion. You know what I mean? So you can feel that sadness, but should you let it take over your whole life and only feel that and be completely driven and guided by that one emotion? Definitely not healthy, and definitely not the way that you want to live your life. I have somebody, I know I brought this up before. I have a person in my life who is dealing with a lot right now, and I've had to talk down several times, and I've already kind of thrown a wall up between the two of us because of a couple of things that have happened recently, and he's just really kind of on that self-destructive path at this point because he's going through a hard time. And I've said to him, I have deep, deep empathy for this. I understand if you need to sit with this emotion for a little while, but it will destroy you if you let it just take over and be the only thing going on. And he has definitely arrived at that point where that's exactly what's going on. And I really, really hope, yeah, exactly. And I remember, Johnny, I'm going to read your thing, Static. I see it, but if I don't finish this thought process, I'm going to I'm never going to get back to it. Recently, it was a couple of weeks ago, I think at this point. It was a couple of weeks ago. It was a Friday stream. I remember getting off of it. I was in Shig's stream, I think. It was a couple of weeks ago. And he was texting me all kinds of shit, and he was just like, oh, you know, my ex, I don't want to get into his shit too much, but essentially we had talked earlier in the day, and I advised him not to do something because it sounded like a bad idea. And then apparently he went and did it anyways, which, like, obviously I'm not like the be all end all for things. You don't have to listen to me, but I thought it was good advice, and he went against it, and he ended up like middle of the night messaging me all this kind of crazy drunk sounding stuff, and it scared me because it sounded like, you know, he was in a dangerous mental spot. And I called him immediately because I was like getting annoyed, and I was like, dude, you need to find help right now. First of all, where are you? Do I need to come find you? Are you safe? It doesn't sound like you're safe right now. And he was not in a good place. He was still just like so devastated and crying. He's like, I thought it would be different this time. And like, I had to like go off on like a really tough love tangent on him. And I said to him, you need to stop calling me. You need to talk to a professional at this point, because you're not in a safe place mentally, and you're letting this destroy you. And I get that it was a bad thing that you're going through, but it's been a couple of weeks since you first brought it up to me, and you're still, oh yeah, Static. Oh, I can lay down some tough love, 100%. I know that it doesn't seem that way on stream, but given like face-to-face shit, if I see it's necessary, yeah, absolutely. I lay down some tough love, especially in like events it's clearly bullshit. Because I've had people take advantage of my kindness before in that regard, and it's had to be something that I've learned from, where people will 100% just like take hold of you and like squeeze you for whatever compassion you have while doing zero anything to change the situation that they're in. And they just literally are seeking your kindness for validation. And I'm so sick of that treatment. And I genuinely don't think it actually leads to anything good, because you're not making any changes for yourself. And clearly that's the thing that needs to happen in order for you to get out of this place. And I've also been in that situation before myself, where I'm like, I'm suffering, and it's taking over my life, but I don't want to move on from it. And the only thing that has saved me from those situations is a little fucking tough love, or a little bit of gripping you by the shoulders and being like, knock it off. Which is why I love you, Static, because you do that to me. And so I had to lay some boundaries down with this person, be like, call a professional. You need to get off this phone. You need to, 1, be safe for the rest of the night, because it doesn't sound like you can drive home right now. And 2, you need to talk to a counselor. And the second I mentioned counselor, all of a sudden, it was like, no, I shouldn't. Yeah, well, whatever it is, Static, I appreciate you. But no, it was literally, as soon as I mentioned counselor to this person, he was like, no, I shouldn't. You know, I have this coming up and that coming up, and I don't really like the way it would. And I was like, dude, like 2 seconds ago, you were talking about how you're never going to be loved again, and how you wish you could like get out of this place, and all this sort of self-pity bullshit. And now, like, the actual answer is to get help, and you're like, blah, blah, blah. I was so irate when he got into this. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You're worried about, like, custody shit? What do you think it's gonna... Oops. What do you think it's gonna look like if you go to the courts and you go, oh, I'm sorry, I slept in my car last night crying myself to sleep because I'm not capable of getting myself out of this emotional, like, devastation. The way that you do that is you go talk to a therapist. That is how you fix yourself. Because it actually, if you're worried about that stuff, going to courts for custody and shit, look at the way that you can actually fucking change. You're gonna show that you are a mature adult who is capable of making these changes, and oh my word, maybe you'll find some answers on the other side of it. I really went off on him. I was not happy. And I said, stop calling me. I am no longer the person who can help you. I have sympathy for you. I understand you're going through a hard time, but oh my fucking word, you need help. You are scaring me. Like, if I am in a place where I am terrified for your safety, then we know that we're not in a good place, because I'm not the person for that. I'm not a professional who helps people, and you're treating me like that. You're treating me like somebody who can give you answers. Not me. That's not it. And I don't want to get dragged into that, because we're barely friends. You know, we know each other. So I gave that advice to him, and he was finally got to a place he's like, yes, yes, I will. Yes, yes, I will. And I was like, I'm gonna literally text you every single day until you actually... Oh, hi, Kibbles. Welcome to the shady side. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kibbles. We're talking about grief today. I didn't expect to, but here we are. And I'm talking about this person that I'm trying to give like valid advice to, such as, you know, you're not in an emotionally safe place. And I'm giving you solid advice of like, you need to talk to a counselor or therapist. And then a couple of days went by and I messaged him, and I was like, because he was like messaging me again, being like, everything's so hard. This is what he will say to me. Everything's so hard. And I was like, have you talked to a counselor? And he's like, no. I'm like, what do you mean no? That is the answer. That is the actual fucking answer. Farewell from the shady side. We love you, Kibbles. But that's the fucking answer, you know what I mean? To actually make some changes. And he was literally... So this is the most fucking stupid macho bravado answer ever, and it says a lot about his character. I cannot fucking lie to you. Where he's like, I have this move coming up, and I'm thinking that I really need to prove to myself that I can pull through on my own. I think you should block him, Shady. I mean, maybe, Alari. I don't think we're there yet, but he hasn't messaged me since then, because he knows how fucking pissed off I am. But he was just like, I need to do this on my own. I need to go to the gym. I need to actually, you know, like prove to myself that I can do this on my own. And I went off on his ass. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? It's not about doing it on your own. You're trying to prove... Sorry, I thought I just heard my cat. I'm just like, he's an energy vampire. I mean, like, we're not there quite yet, Alari. I still want to make sure that he's okay. I don't know. I'm still at a place where I hate the idea that I could have been a comfort to someone in their ultimate time of need. And I was just like, nah, no, thank you. I'd rather be like, I don't know. I'm not there yet personally. Eventually I will be. But for now, we're not really talking. I appreciate you though, Laurie. And in many, many ways, you're correct. And I have done that with many, many people. But at the moment, you know, I'm not quite there yet. But I went off on him last time that we talked. I was just like, dude, you're doing this to yourself at this point. You are putting yourself in this position and you're refusing to get away from it. And you are doing it out of sheer fucking ego. You are pursuing your own sense of ego because you're such a fragile human being. Love you, Laurie. You're in a place of complete fragility where not only you are sad and you want sympathy, but you don't actually want to get away from those feelings by pursuing the method which would require someone else actually telling you things you might want to hear about yourself. Instead, the answer has to come from within. Fucking bullshit, fucking stupid masculinity, and here you are fucking calling me crying in the middle of the night. You, dude, you have a long fucking road ahead of you. And this is an example, Static. I realize that we're going off on quite the tangent here. Okay, this is an example, Static, of emotions absolutely taking control of you and guiding you throughout your life and pushing you in a certain direction and you not taking control over it. Because granted, I think it's 100% essential to actually feel that sadness or whatever it is you have to feel and not deny yourself that, whether it's like anger, sadness, outrage, something like that. You should feel those feelings. There's a reason for them. But then what do you do with them after that? That is the essential thing. You have to know how to take it and either move on or transform it or do something along those lines. Anywho, sorry, Static. I'm scrolling back up. I am reading what you said. No, I definitely did talk. I mean, probably. We probably did. We talk about a lot of stuff, Static. I'm sorry. I remember now, by not existing, I mean that they don't I mean that they physically don't have a form that makes them easy to explain or describe. True, like, emotions are not a physical thing, which is great because it means that you have control over them. Not always. Sometimes you gotta let them take over and then you have to, like, reclaim your power. Like I said to a friend of mine who was going through a horrible breakup recently, where she was devastated for a long time, and she asked me, will it ever get better? And I said to her, it can get better. And that means that you have to make that happen. You have to let it get better. Because sometimes devastation is something you hold on to because it feels so real, and letting go of it kind of falls into the realm of suddenly things don't feel so real, and you start to wonder, you know, did that depth even exist to begin with? And the devastation is like a marker of the depth of your emotions, if that makes sense. So the idea of, like, it can get better if you are actively pursuing it.
Dude,
you know what
make
I mean?
a fucking effort!
I see you, Shadow Snake, I see you. Harsh love. I need to give more tough love. We all do, Green Wizard. And tough love is a balancing act because you want it to come from a good place. You know what I mean? You don't want it to come from a place of, like, you have pissed me the fuck off and I'm trying to hurt you because you have made me mad. Because that's not like tough love. You know what I mean? That is you seeking validations for your own emotions. And I have to constantly remind myself of that whenever I am giving tough love to people, where I'm like, is this coming from a place of, like, you're telling them what they need to hear, or is it because you're pissed off at them? You know, I try to remind myself that I know, Johnny, like, surely you would want to. Surely you would want to find an answer. If the thing that is bothering you constantly is like, where do I go from here? What's my life like? I have all of these questions that I am trying to grapple with. How is this going to affect my future if I'm dealing with all this? Surely you would want to talk to an expert who would help guide you through that. But no, you have to fix yourself because of toxic masculinity. I don't know. Yeah, Static likes to say sort your life out, which is, you know, terrific saying. This is, yeah, I know, Laurie. I know. I hope he can. I hope so too, Green Wizard. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think that he is an absolutely devastated space, and I think that honestly, like his upbringing, sorry, I'm just quickly scrolling through everything. It is Kibbles, but the reason that he does. I'm sorry, Static. You have to let it get better. Triumphant. You absolutely do. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down, guys. I know that I'm like going through a lot right now. I feel like I'm getting a PhD on emotions and grief. Wow, Johnny. I appreciate that some of this is making sense. Like I said, I'm barely alive right now, like sleep-wise. What is the constant? Okay, so the context, I don't want to get into it too much, Kibbles, because it's technically not my story to tell. I can only tell it from my side, but it's somebody that I know. It's not really someone I'm friends with, because to be a friend, you have to actually, you know, spend time together and talk. It's somebody that I met a long time ago, like in 2018. We had like a Tinder date and it went really well, but then nothing ever came of it. But then we had each other's socials and stuff. So occasionally we would send each other a message, and it tended to be like he would reach out when something wasn't quite going right in his life and he needed a little bit of a, you know, a positive person saying some wisdom at him, or whatever I can spit out that hopefully sounds like I'm being wise. As a male, we are getting close to emotion quota for the week. Get over it, Static. So anyways, Kibbles, yeah, so this is somebody who just like tends to reach out to me if they're having a, never, who's having a problem, which of course is a sign in and of itself. But I'm also somebody who has a hard time turning people away if they're going through something difficult, because I'm somebody who likes to be a source of, you know, a listening ear. You know, what do you need? I like to be there for people who are going through a hard time, because that's just, I don't know, that's just who I am as a person. And I have, in the years since, understood that that is something that gets you taken advantage of. So I'm trying very hard to maintain boundaries around that. So I haven't really seen this person face to... Oh no, I have actually. He came in to my work once and he had a beer or something. We get along. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a good person. I think that he's been through a lot of hell in his own personal life. He went through, he was attacked at his workplace that left him a lot of brain damage. He had to go through a lot of physical therapy. It's this whole long story. It was in the newspaper. It was absolutely crazy, and it breaks my heart that he had to go through all this. Like, he lost time and space memories. It's so sad. He had to relearn how to talk. And then, like, stuff went on with his co-parent, shall we say. I don't want to get into it too much, but I promise you that these are really devastating things. Like, things that I've talked about with him at length are very sad things, very traumatic things. My heart breaks for the guy so much. But you can also recognize when, you know, oh, I'm giving you this empathy to try to help you get through it, and then seeing that this is killing you. Like, it is absolutely breaking you down and destroying you from the inside out, my dude. And I don't want to see you go through this. I want to see you acknowledge these things, find an answer, and move on, because you're losing sleep. You can't eat anything. You're in a constant state of, you know, insomnia and confusion. Like, you don't deserve to live like this. You deserve to have a happy life. And you can only achieve that by finding answers and moving on. You know what I mean? Like, that is the key word here. Find the answer and move on from it. And you are actively not doing that. And it is absolutely destroying you. So my perspective was giving him a little tough love after giving him some empathy. Not even tough love at first. It was literally just like talking him through things and saying, hey, you know, when you are ready, I think that these are some of the pursuits you should have. You should actively try to join a community, because I know that it has changed my life. I know it seems silly to offer Twitch as a solution, and it's not a solution. Tell him to here's the thing, Kibbles, he's a believer. He is a believer. This is something that we like connect with, like, and that's something that I've been able to like talk to him about, like, and come at it from a believer's perspective. And he's been like, yeah, you're right. And I'm like, okay, so it takes more than just like acknowledging that I am right. You have to actually follow through with it. And he is allowing the emotion to absolutely claim him and just take over. And a lot of it has to do with ego, because every time I have suggested something that might help him, he has gone, no. Even though there's been moments when he's been like, no, you're right. You're totally right on that. And then I'm like, well, find a therapist. And he's been like, no. I'm like, what do you mean no? You have admitted you're sad. You've admitted that you don't want to live like this. You've admitted that all these things that I have been claiming are right. And it's not about my ego. You're not massaging my ego. I'm not having this conversation with you for you to be like, you're correct, so that my ego can be bolstered. No, I'm trying to help you here, dude. And if anything I'm saying is wise and is resonating, maybe you should actually like listen to it a little bit instead of just continuing to sit in the misery that you're in. But you are actively choosing to by rejecting these ideas of getting help. And it all comes down to your ego. Because if you let go of your ego a little bit, it might mean that you are weak or wrong, when that's actually not the case, when actually pursuing help makes you stronger. And that's what I've tried to explain to him, and he has rejected the idea. So, like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I said to him, stop talking to me. Leave me alone. You're obviously just looking for validation for your grief, and granted, I will give you that, but I'm also like, it'd be one thing if like time is going to be something that could fix this, or like right now actively you need help. I'm actually concerned for your safety, and I'm actually concerned for your safety. I'm telling you to get help and you're telling me no. So like, stop talking to me. Anywho, I think what you've been saying is real and providing a more rounded perspective on things. Thank you so much, Johnny. I know that I'm kind of babbling, but I do believe in the stuff that I am saying. Twitch is such a life changer sometimes, Static. But we have to be very, very careful, Static. And I've had to do this for myself, where I go, it's not, I mean, granted, Twitch has provided the platform and has provided sort of the safety around things for this to happen, but it's not Twitch. It is the people on Twitch. It is the community. It is the communities that have been fostered. It is the ideas that have been exchanged. It is the humanity that gets brought to it. That is just a symptom of being in the world, you know? It always comes back to connecting with your fellow man and realizing that it is far better to live uplifting each other and being surrounded by care and by genuine humans than it is to isolate yourself and to be alone. And that is something that Twitch has taught me, and is actually kind of something I've been thinking about as far as like stories and stuff. Lord, humble this man's ego so he may be willing to find therapy. Quite literally, Kibbles. Quite fucking literally. I'm just like, dude, stop blaming everyone else if you were the person preventing yourself from getting better. Like, that's the thing. That is the fucking thing. Angry Muppet noises, honestly. Twitch changes lives. Put it on a sticker. Oh my word, Green Wizard, totally. This is what I tell everyone. Everyone who's like going through it and is not like willing to take a step forward into doing something that might be good for them. I'm just like, you're making this decision at this point. Granted, like the second that I joined Twitch, my life didn't necessarily change, but it changed by continuing to show up and being brave enough to interact with people and feeling the amazing situation of actually like being embraced by a community. It has been absolutely life-changing, to the point now where I'm like, real life people or Twitch people? And it's because, you know, we have like real life people, you don't always get to choose. On Twitch, you kind of, the vibe attracts the tribe, you know what I mean? And the tribe been nice. Community is huge, and that's something that's not really promoted anymore. Like a lot of things that have been community in the past are kind of falling by the wayside, or even the idea of them continuing on, but community not being the pillar of the thing that holds it up. I'll just give like a really quick example of like going to church, and I just saw Liam just show up, and like I literally am like all the way fucking up here on my Twitch chat, but I just saw like on the actual OBS screen that Liam is here. What is going on, Mr. Liam? Welcome back to the Shady Side. Shady! So good to have you here, my guy. in a very literal way. Very literal way. But I also am missing a lot of stuff. Wow, this stream feels like we hit some deep stuff, like we have been on a journey. Johnny, I'm so happy you're getting something out of it. I am like in a complete fever dream right now because I'm so damn tired. But I'm so happy this is making a little bit of sense. I did not mean to go on this tangent. This is not what I meant to do, but that's what we love about Twitch. That's what we love about just talking, exchanging ideas. We all need blankies and hot cocoa. Oh, please, Kibbles. Please, give me some sort of a hot drink. Not chocolate, because I'll throw up, but something along those lines. Vibe attracts the tribe. Shady lady. Oh, no, you can't be giving me any credit for that green wizard, because, like, that is totally a fucking Instagram, like, poster picture from, like, back in 2015. But it rings true. It rings so true. Just got back from the store. Liam, we've talked about this. You're not derailing. You are not derailing. You are welcome here. I personally feel bad, Liam, that you feel like you can't talk as freely and openly in my stream, because this is like the third time you've mentioned derailment. You're not derailing. I want you to feel comfortable talking. There's no obligation to. Absolutely not. But I value you and I value your thoughts, and like, I understand that sometimes it's easier to lurk, and that's not what I'm talking about, but please don't feel like you are derailing. Please don't feel that way. Chat better be chat's been amazing today, Liam. You have no fucking idea. We have been getting into some shit. I'm just happy to see. So tired. Getting into some shit sounds like we're getting into like drama or something. We've been getting into like some deep subject matter. That's what I mean. Oh my goodness. We've been getting into some shit today. No, we have not. Happy being single, personality. Okay. I'm just happy to see you streaming. Oh, I'm happy that you're here. Always happy for you to be here. I was out of house most of the day. Okay, that's incredibly valid. I woke up at noontime today, Liam, which I have not done in years. But that's because I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning because I was having a Cracker Barrel nightmare, which I have also not had in years. But once you work at Cracker Barrel, it's always lurking in the back of your brain. And oh my gosh, okay, so I just remembered that this happened to me. Welcome to content creator hours. No, I didn't even content create yesterday. I don't get to have that. I went to bed at like 1-ish, I don't know. I think I was in Zelky's stream. I was doing something. But I went to bed at like 1 in the morning. I woke up at 5:30 because I was having a nightmare about using the toast system at Cracker Barrel, but I wasn't at Cracker Barrel. I was like in my old school, which had like a chapel in it, and fucking what's her face was there. It's the woman from, oh, y'all know what I'm talking about. She's from like White Lotus. She's the one who goes, I want to have a hot dog real bad. That lady. She was there. She was at one of my tables. She was at my tables. And here's the thing, that when I used to work at Cracker Barrel, they would have such a strict system of getting to a table with Jennifer Coolidge. Yes, Jennifer Coolidge. She was there at one of my tables. She was like part of a six top. And like I was doing this thing where I was like, okay, so all we have to do is drop the waters and then I'll be back eventually. But I was at a table, so I dropped the waters at her table and I went to another table. Oh, Laurie, I'm gonna be having Cracker Barrel nightmares the rest of my life, I fucking swear. Because they were so strict. They're like, you have to be at a table within a certain amount of time, and then if we seat you again, which is called, like, being double sat or triple sat or whatever, you still need to be at that other table within a certain amount of time. So, okay, but if I'm still talking to this table, how am I supposed to get over to the other table within like a minute of them sitting? It doesn't make any sense. And you guys are supposed to be in charge of table rotation. How is this my fault? It was a fucking nightmare. I've had so many nightmares about this. It's the most stressful situation you can imagine. And they're super fucking corporate over there. So therefore, bye, Kibbles. I hope you have a great time at work. Other hot drinks as well. I appreciate you being here. But anyways, like, it's so stressful. And I'm not the only one. This is a pretty common thing. People have other Cracker Barrel nightmares. And people would be so impatient too. They'd be like, where were you? They would get genuinely upset about this sort of stuff. So I was having a nightmare last night about being on the toast system. I had dropped drinks at Jennifer Coolidge's table, and I kept looking over at her table, and she was just being so patient, just waiting for me to come back. But I was at this other table, and it was taking forever because there had a million questions about the menu. And for some reason, that toast system, which is supposed to be this tablet where I can like type things in, it was like a printing press system. I have absolutely no why. But I was like trying to find like a certain like tab or something to put in like an inkwell and stamp it on there, and like it had all these little pockets and stuff, and I was so confused about it, and I just kept thinking, Jennifer Coolidge is waiting for me and she's being so nice about it, and I don't deserve her niceness. Like it was, and it went on forever too. It wasn't one of those dreams that was getting stressful and I woke up. It went on for fucking ever. So, but eventually I did wake up. It was like 5:30 in the morning, and I was like, fuck my life, I'm supposed to be sleeping on this because I'm streaming later on in the day and I have to be well rested. And so I think I fell back. I think I was awake until like 6:30 or something, if I vaguely remember correctly. And then I woke up at noontime and I was so tired. I was like, shit, I don't know if I should stream today. That was how bad it was. That was how just much in a fog I was in. And so I'm on a butt ton of caffeine right now, for me anyways. And we've been talking about grief. We've been talking about grief and art and our relationship to grief and art separately. It's been a very enlightening stream. Shiga was in here earlier and was sharing. That was really cool to see. Everyone's been awesome and just being like very open about their experiences and stuff like that. And I've been explaining that, you know, due to my relationship with grief, I tend to be more willing to go and speak to somebody about it, as opposed to sometimes we get a little afraid to approach people with those feelings because we either don't want to overstep and say the wrong thing, or we feel like they would be better off if we didn't say anything, or we, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Or we're afraid to. We're just feeling uncomfortable about it. No, that's okay, dude. That is okay. Please have a life. Please go get your errands done. Please go leave your house, Liam. I beseech you to go and do things with your life. Because it's slowly devolving for that to me. Where like I go to work, I go grocery shopping, I come home and an computer. And I need to have a more balanced system at the moment. Oh, did you? I think I know what it is. Is it something that you could eat with a spoon, but also spread on a piece of toast? Or on another, like an oatmeal cookie? Question mark? I also totally missed. Okay, so Static says, I did not do too many waiting shifts at the venue I worked, but I still got the white girls complaining that the chicken gojon was too spicy and there should be a safety warning on it because they contained black pepper. Good lord. Those are just white girls making a bad name for us. I love black pepper. I'm a black pepper fiend. But that's because black pepper is more like on the front of your tongue as far as spiciness and not necessarily like burning in the back of your mouth on the back of the tongue. It's a little different. I'm not great with spice. Like, granted, don't target me as like the white girl speaking out for Spicy Nation. 100% not that. But I do like black pepper. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I had a bad dream last night where the hair on the top of my head was gone and my head was badly sunburned. Oh man. That sounds horrible. Not the sunburned scalp nation out here. Is me. Never leave the house, forget the sky. Sir, yes sir. But he can't eat butter. Oh, but there's different types of butter, Static. There's different types of butter. And sometimes it's literally just a certain kind of cookie ground up with a little bit of something to make it spreadable, and that is it. But it's so good. It is so delicious. And I don't know, I'm the type of person who will occasionally just like get a scoop full of like peanut butter and eat it, or I'll put it on top of ice cream, or I will take some, you know how they have that like pre-portioned dried cookie mix that you just need to add something to in order to make cookies out of it. I will sometimes add that to it and then bake it, and it's not always the best ever, but I really enjoy it. And tried cookie butter recently. Isn't that the best, Johnny? And they have a Biscoff version. I don't actually know.
I watched the moon let down her hair in ripples on the sea. She loosed each diamond pin with care and stuck it carefully in the dark pincushion of sky. Ah, now I said, I know the why and wherefore of the stars. I always used to think at night to see them shine they were the light of seraphim cigars. Now I have learned, and none too soon, they are the hairpins of the moon.
Oh man, isn't that awesome? That was Static, everybody. I commissioned him to say a poem for me for Redeem. And wasn't it great? Didn't he do an awesome job? Speaking of burning, my ginger coworker is going to Vegas in a month or so. She knows her survival rate is about 4%. It's all about the SPF, man. Say that the parasol is coming back in style. Hey Shady, what's going on, Poop Dog? Welcome back to the Shady side. Wind Waker and peanut butter. And talking about our feelings, Poop Dog. We've been talking a lot about feelings this stream. Whether it's our relationship to the art we create or our relationship to grief. Those are kind of the two things that have been going on in the stream. It's been very enlightening. That in the headphones. Well, of course, it's your voice, Static. We're never going to enjoy our own voices, trust me. But I love it. I absolutely love it. In fact, I can't wait to do more stuff like that. I kind of want to incorporate more forms of literature into the stream because that's still my life. In spite of the absolute existential weirdness that happened last stream when I was reading my book out loud, we're still on that shit. We're doing it anyways. Yeah, Alari, that was, I almost said Poop Dog because I read Poop Dog. That was Static. That was Static who read that poem. Okay, everyone say hi. When you pay, I'll send you the blooper reel. Just don't use as evidence to get me sectioned. Okay. Oh my gosh, fucking A. Oh, I forgot about, you reminded me about PayPal. I don't know what's going on with my PayPal. I'm having such a hard time with it. I will get you money. Static, if I have to fucking, like, mail you a check and send, like, do extra money to send it through customs to get it to you, I will get this money to you, I fucking promise. I've never had an issue with PayPal like this in my life. I'm absolutely, like, digging myself a grave right now. It's so insane. As a jarhead, does that mean that you were in, the Marines, Poop Dog? I have to say you feelings. That being said, I'm glad we talk about feelings. Absolutely. And but PayPal, you got it. Marines, okay, perfect. I know a Marine or two. And honestly, sometimes that is the saving thing to talk about it, Poop Dog. And as I was saying in stream, I really hope to foster a place where people can feel comfortable talking about it. Obviously, not an obligation. That is something that requires a lot of trust and a lot of comfort in that. But I think that part of the reason why we suffer so much in the world is because we have such a strong sensation of isolation when it comes to things that we are going through, and feeling like it is better to bottle it up and deal with it on our own, and it makes us for some reason stronger, better people than it does to actually share with the community or a community or someone along those lines, or maybe a professional, heaven forbid. I was already telling chat this a little while ago. I'm just kind of currently dealing with a person I know that is going through absolute fucking hell and is allowing those sensations to absolutely, like, grip him and take over his life. And to the point where one night a couple of weeks ago, I had to call him because I was quite afraid for his safety. And that was a very long conversation. And I said to him, because he kept reaching out to me and saying all this stuff that made me afraid, because he knows that I'm a compassionate person and I have a listening ear and I want to be able to provide empathy. But then at the same time, if you're not listening, oh my word. Explode a few Chochoin, oh my gosh. Wow, that was very quick. But at the same time, if you are, sorry, I just need to check something. at the same time, like if you're going through these things and it's making you extremely unsafe, call a professional. Don't call me. And he's like not listening and stuff like that. Anyways. The worst thing is that I sent Shady one with reverb on it to make it a little more natural sounding. She said, nah, I prefer it dry. I don't know why, Static. I think that honestly, I thought that there was like a cadence difference between the two of them. I didn't realize that like, you know, like the big difference was that, you know, like just the reverb you put on it. It sounded like you had said it in a different way, and that's why I chose the dry one. Oh, cool. I think you've done really well making this stream really safe for emotional expression, just like the fact that people share in general is major plus. Thank you so much, Alari. I do try, even when I'm barely awake. I do be trying that stuff. And I have to quickly take a little pee break, and then after that, I think that we're going to do a little bit of Wind Waker, because I need to actually veg out for a second. So it was literally the exact same recording. Was it really? I don't know why it sounds so different to me. I think the pacing just sounds different to me. It's really funny. Anywho, I am going to go pee for a second, and we're gonna get into some Wind Waker, because I just need some downtime, you know what I mean? I will be right back. Get water, self-care, hell yeah. Oh boy, I'm gonna get a bottle. What? What is going on here? I'm gonna bottle my— No, Lychee, you better knock that shit off. UTIs are no fucking joke. We were talking about them in a different stream. Because I don't know, someone said, you know, like, I like to hold it as long as possible. It's like a game. I'm like, don't fucking do that. Liga, I have to point out, like, she is not a doctor. Well, neither am I, but I have had to go to the emergency room before because they thought that, like, I was having not tumor. Something was wrong. Something was deeply wrong. I was in so much pain. I almost collapsed at work because I was in so much pain. And my manager drove me to the hospital. It was late at night. And I thought it was a kidney stone or a ovarian cyst bursting or something like that. No, it was a UTI. That's how bad they can get if you have one and you don't get treatment for it. And I didn't have proper insurance at the time, so that visit cost me $2,000. Yeah, I had to pay that shit out of pocket for something that could have been prevented. Absolutely, Poop Dog. That's just serious. And it can happen to guys too. I know everyone's like, oh, that's a girl thing. And yes, girls get it a lot more easily, but it's still it's an everyone thing. Do you have a urinary tract? You can get an infection. And I would assume that it's almost more difficult to treat with guys. I don't know why. I don't know why. Just like breast cancer, this is true. This is 100% true. Everybody go get a mammogram. Did I miss anything? I did not. Oh, Green Wizard said, Shady, you make me feel very comfortable to talk about things deeper about myself. Thank you for that. Oh, excellent. I'm so glad, Green Wizard. Guess what I'm like with my IRL friends? Same exact fucking way. And sometimes I need to remind myself to tone it back a little bit because, oh my word. My makeup is all smudgy schmeary. Just because I'm like, you can talk about like, you know, more relaxing things sometimes. But yeah, I like to go there. Wow, I had to get a taxi myself when I maybe chipped my elbow at work. Luckily, mine was free. Yeah, keep rubbing that in my face, Static. Keep rubbing that fantastic stuff in my face. Guys gotta piss after sex the same way girls do. This is true. I never really thought about that. Liam is streaming. You still want me to DM after your stream? Let's do it after mine. Shadow, I technically am not done streaming yet. I know it is tempting to go and raid him the second that he starts streaming, but I haven't actually played a game yet. So I'm going to do a little bit of gaming first, and then like maybe an hour later we're gonna raid him. But we'll do it. We'll eventually, but not yet. Everybody get your testicles checked. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I appreciate you asking, Shadow, and I am answering. Okay? I am answering. Shady is still alive. Show love to your shadowy literary queen. Thank you, Static. One day, I will learn to type. Oh man, me every single day, Static. Every single day. We all know he's gonna take 3 hours to start his game too, so we're good. Yes, and even if he's gaming, I can game too. I can game too. Although my favorite part about Tuesday is doing like a little short stream myself, and then just like, I do feel quite welcome here. Okay, well we will have a conversation later. Okay, Shadow, we will have a conversation later. What was I saying? Tuesday's a great day because we can. I get to have a little short stream here, so I don't have to exhaust myself streaming. And then I can go over and just hang out in his chat, and he can do all the work by being the streamer, and I just get to be the chatter and the mod. So it's a very happy balance of both. So Tuesday is my favorite day usually. Here we go. We're gonna bring this over here. Oops. My amazing hairline. Oh my gosh, what is that? Get up there. Okay. Perfection. And let's get this going. Where are ya? Yeah, because getting up at noon is so hard. Dude, I wish I didn't. Static, I never get up at noon. Never. I am always up at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, which I understand for some people is not like super late. Where is this? Here it is. But, you know, like I get to bed very, very late usually. So I'm very proud of the fact that normally I can get up like somewhat early, and I know that's not super early, but for me, I'm still impressed with it. And I wish I hadn't fucking got up at noon. I really wish I hadn't, because there we go. Because I think that it fucking killed me a little bit. I think that it's actually, oh, I'm in Lightroom. What the fuck? Game. Okay. Oh my word. Oh my word, I need to get a stream deck. This is so ridiculous. My hotkey. I never thought I would have to say those words. I need to get a stream deck. But literally my hotkeys are so fucked up right now. Okay. But yeah, I wish I hadn't gotten up at noon. I think it fucked me as far as sleep. Like, I think I got too much. Wish it hadn't happened. What's my favorite guilty pleasure food? Johnny? I don't feel guilty about food. I never feel guilty. I refuse to feel guilty about something that makes me happy. Oh, I forgot we're getting Triforce pieces in here. 8 is my usual time. When I wake up at 10 to noon, then I feel so bad, so I get it, and I know we have a similar schedule. Yeah, and I like getting shit done in the morning. I genuinely, if I wake up early and I'm still tired, I go, okay, just stay in bed for a little while and let yourself wake up. And usually that's very helpful and helps me recharge and stuff. Getting out of bed when I'm super exhausted usually doesn't make for a good day for me. Usually I have to like overcompensate on this type of stuff, like the caffeine and whatnot, in order to like be slightly okay. And I hate that. I would much prefer to be well rested. Oh, what's your favorite snack, food and snacks? Oh, okay. So I would, that's a toss up, Johnny. I would say that, I'm so uncomfortable. Here we go. There we go. So I would say, Johnny, that probably pizza is my favorite, just because I love me some pizza. Where am I going? And then pasta stuff, maybe after that. I love a burrata though. Ooh, I love a burrata. Where it's like that mozzarella that's in a ball with like cream and like cheese in the middle. Put that on everything. So delicious. And I love veggies, but I can't have a lot of veggies. Oh my gosh. Because of my stupid intestines. So, oh, that's so much better. Here we go. Yeah, I got them sensitive intestines that I could potentially get into blockage from eating too much fiber or FODMAPs or something. So I don't get to have as many vegetables as I would like. Alrighty then, so what am I doing? I believe, oh, I remember last time. It's actually been, what's up, Bottom Text? Welcome back to the shady side. Pee pee poo poo. Oh my word, Bottom Text, that fucking rap videos that you sent me, that you inflicted upon my life. Thanks for that. Fucking thanks for that. Jeez, I smacked my diaper. Dude. I'll never be the same. Never be the same. Oops. Oh, man. I'm so mad, y'all. I woke up at 5:30 this morning, and I went and got water, or went to the bathroom or something, and my shin hurt so fucking bad because I had it smashed it open yesterday at work. I was almost out. It was like 10 o'clock, and on the patio, let's go west actually. On the patio, what the fuck? Well, I can never remember this. Up, down, side, okay. On the patio, like there's these black stands. Oh, this was bad though, Static. This was really bad. They have these umbrella stands that are on the patio, and they get moved around a lot. There's only a couple of them, and the rest are just like along the outside. And so that they can put umbrellas in for people to sit underneath. But we had taken the umbrellas in already, or most of them. And this one it's painted black, it's pure metal, it sticks up a little bit. It's shin height, you know what I mean? And it was in between two tables. And it was pitch black outside. I was running around trying to help close things down, and I ran into it full force and smashed my shin way open. It hurt so bad. And it was one of those things where literally you're like, it should not hurt this much. I should be able to shake it off. But I had to go sit down. I was in so much fucking pain. And then I lifted my pant leg up, and I had these two big gashes that were bleeding. It was not good. One of my managers came out, who before he was my manager for years and years, he was my friend. Arcane! Oh my word, it went off! Arcane, it went off! Oh, yay! Fucking right! Hell yeah! Oh, Sammy! Thank you so much, Arcane Storm. The thing went off. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, Catrio got one. Oh, I know Catrio. Ow. I know Catrio. That's so cool. I appreciate you so much, Arcane Storm. That was so kind of you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all are the best. Genuinely, you're the best. Oh, that was so kind of you. Yeah, hell yeah. Dancing turtles all around. Anyways, I was sitting down. My manager, who's been my friend for years and years, he only recently became a manager. He comes over and he was just like, "You okay, bud?" And I was like, "Did you just call me bud? Excuse? Don't you start doing that to me." And he was like, "Well, you call me all kinds of things." And I was like, "I don't call you bud. That is what one of my other managers calls me that, who's only ever been my manager." Like, don't you start out talking like him. But yeah, he was like, can I put a Band-Aid on for you? And I was like, no, Christian, you can hand me a Band-Aid and I can put it on myself. Your girlfriend is right over there, and I do not want her to murder me in my sleep if she sees you doing that. And he's like, it's fine. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Give me the damn Band-Aid. So he was being really, really nice. I was just like, that's so weird. Just hand me the Band-Aid. And there we go. So yeah, he put like antiseptic and like stuff on it, and I was able to like limp up and finish my shift and then walk to my car and stuff. But this morning I woke up and I walked to the bathroom or something, and it hurt so much. It hurt way more than it should have. But my whole leg was throbbing like crazy. And I went, fuck. I can't, like, what if this doesn't heal quickly enough? I have a double coming up on Wednesday. So I impulsively just gave away both of my doubles. And because I thought, oh, I'm gonna need that time to heal. And so I woke up this morning and both of those things had been approved and my leg feels better. So I'm so annoyed right now. Like, I really feel like I'm gonna have to pick up more shifts during the week if they become available, because I've lost so many shifts this week. So annoyed right now. Sheet metal can be deceptively sharp. Nothing hurts like cuts from the edge of a sheet metal. Oof, I can imagine. I bet that like is just like scars weird too, Static, because it's so sharp. Okay, so what is the dealio over here? Is anything the dealio? Let me see actually if we can, oops, that's not what I'm going for. Let's get a couple of Triforce pieces while we're here today. Oh, I need to get these looked at by fucking Tingle. That's what I need to be doing. Okay. So I need this. Actually, can I return? Perfect. So let me just like go this way real fast and get this on the map, just so that when we do go and start looking for Triforce pieces, I can have most of the map filled in. It'll make it a lot easier. That is the mentality anyways. That is the strat. Oh, and I think that's Dragon Roost Island over there. It is. And this is one of those little maze things. See, I'm half tempted to like spend more time in this game and like do all like the little mini games and the dungeons and stuff like that and the side quests, but I'm also super tempted to just finish the game and move on because I really want to do Twilight Princess. I know I've mentioned that like a bajillion times, but oh, it's calling my name. Oh, is this Paw Print Island? It might be. Yeah, it might be Paw Print. Oh no, it's the Crescent Island or something like that. Something like that. I'm hearing the little shark boys. Where are we at? Where are we at? Right over here. Boom. Maybe finish the story, then save one stream of dungeons. That'd be fun. Shmee! I know, right? I know Poop Doggy's got that kind of like classic, you know, like from, you know, like the 20. I'm like, hey. He's like a little gangster guy. It's so funny. Honestly, Static, that's not a bad idea. And I know that I have a co-stream. Not even a co-stream, I'm just joining Linda on one of her streams on Saturday, where I'm going to be editing photos. So we'll see how well that goes, or if like my Lightroom crashes her stream as well. But I would like to be getting into that more. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. I think that's what I want to do. I'm getting the itch. I'm getting the urge for the Twilight. Ooh, okay. That's awesome. Are you a big Zelda person, Green Wizard? Have I already been here? Have I already gotten everything? Where am I? I think so. 10, 100. what is it, like 1 billion% or something like that? Or 1,000,000%? That's fantastic. Oh, what do we got over here? Get into what more? Oh, like photo stuff, Static. I know that we had talked about this a little while ago. That I just like, I do miss doing photo things. I miss it so, so bad. Especially now that I'm incorporating the book more into these streams. Where I'm just like, oh, that's right, you know, this particular craft, this art that I am invested in. Don't forget, you know, oh, you're also invested in the photography stuff or videography stuff. I don't want that to completely fall by the wayside, even though I do want to incorporate writing back into my life. I definitely want to do more chatting over streams. I think that's a lot of fun to do that. It's very relaxing to just play a game, but I find that, you know, people really enjoy being able to chat and whatnot. It's easy to get gassed out as far as chatting goes, so it is helpful to have like a game going. But it's way easier to do chatting while also editing something like photos. And I really miss it. I so, so miss it. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? Not that I don't love Wind Waker. I do. I just... Is that flowers? What are flowers doing in here? I love me some video games, but... Boy, I could use a little bit more stimulation from photography and writing and stuff. And I'm trying to figure out a way to incorporate all that. Sometimes when I'm off stream, I don't always have the wherewithal to think about stream stuff, and I need to change that. I need to do more planning. I need to photograph for work, and I want to learn more about it. Ooh, absolutely. I would love to have more like chatty stuff about photography. I just can't get into the videos or literature. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out even when we're talking about books and stuff. But ooh, I love me some photography. And it's funny too, Static, like when we were reading the book and stuff, and because when I first got into photography, I was kind of having some stress about it because I was like, oh, is this going to be the new pursuit? I don't ever want to give up on the books or anything like that. So I felt a little conflicted about it. But then I was like, no, I can incorporate this into the life. You don't have to give up on anything. Where was I going with that? But then people will start to be like, oh my word, we love your photos. This is like better than your writing. And I was just like, well, you don't know that because you're a person who's never read what I wrote. And like I said, it was a big part of, you know, who I was as a person, and I took it way too personally and blah, blah, blah. But understanding my relationship to it got a little bit difficult because I was like, oh, you know, you're a writer, but now you do photography too, and you never expected to do that, and all this blah, blah, blah. But now it's cool to be at a place where I'm like, I know for a fact I want both to be in my life. You know what I mean? My job involves a lot of product photography. Oh, okay. I meant the literature about photography. Okay, awesome. So you do love reading. Excellent. I guess I do have a little bit of dread that going into book stuff would kind of make people be like... I was doing that with my nephew yesterday. They were being so cute. I woke up, and I woke up really late that day. I woke up at 9. But, where am I at? I beat pandas! Oh my goodness! What is going on, my dude? Welcome to the shady side. It has been a hot-ass minute. How are you? Don't forget, most Twitch viewers are illiterate. You don't know that. I bet a lot of people actually really love this stuff. They just haven't found the community for which, you know, they can actually share these thoughts and feelings. But we want to cultivate that here, you know what I mean? Is that shady lady a fame? I don't know about a fame. But I do be shady lady, you know what I mean? How are you? I've been doing good. I've noticed that you haven't been streaming lately. I know I've never like popped in and like spoken, but I always notice when you're streaming before. I hope you're doing well. My to-read pile is as tall as me. Before I started streaming, I did consider doing audiobooks for YouTubers and such like, Oh, as you should, Static. You have a fantastic voice for that. I think you have a real ear for it. Right, Poop Dog? I love it. It is kind of easy to continue chatting because, like, it's a lot of just traveling across the water, so we have a lot of spare time just to, you know, have conversations and stuff. But yeah, it's a game to cuddle up to, you know what I mean? Oh, this is the Choo Choo Island one. Let's get after it. Let's get after it. I had such an amazing time. Thanks, Shady and everyone. I gotta head out and get ready for the rest of my night. Oh my goodness. Green Wizard, thank you so much for being here. I am so honored that you would choose to spend time here. I'm also hearing an alarm go off in my house. I will be right back, y'all. I would love to know what that is. But have a great night, Green Wizard. Oh my goodness, that fucking scared the shit out of me. Must be the too much fun alarm, oh my word. You flatter me, Static, you flatter me. It was the smoke alarm because the people in my house are cooking something, but genuinely thought that I was alone, so that terrified me. But it's fine, they're taking care of it. I'm on my way home right now. Be safe, Bottom Text, so fucking help me if you're not safe and something happens to you. I'll be so absolutely devastated, and I will haunt you for the rest of the time if you get hurt. The hell is that? Okay. This is a big one. This is a big, treasure. Let's cruise carefully. Aha! Found ya! I heard the little twingles. The twinkles. Oh, first time! First time! First time, first try! That's what I'm talking about. If we get to pick who we haunt, then I'll pick you and act like Bob the whole time. I'm so glad you're enjoying that, Static. I'm kind of on the verge of tears because I know that we're gonna have a conversation eventually about in all the ways it's kind of sucking. Because you're the person who's actually like read ahead on it, so you're the person who knows. But I'm also like ready for that conversation too, if you know what I mean. But I'm glad that you like him at least as a character. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. Okay, what do we got? Choo-choos. No, I'm not talking about the sound when you kiss somebody. Yeah, you're so sassy. All right, let's go. Let us go. Get up on here. This is like the most I've ever seen of Wind Waker. Oh, Wind Waker is amazing, I Beat Pandas. I'm a little bit sad that I am whoring it out on stream because I have such distinct, happy memories of playing it when I was growing up. Like, really, probably the more impactful games in my life that I played. But voting, welcome back to the Shady Side, Uzu. Good to see you. But yeah, I absolutely love this game, and playing it has kind of made me be like, ugh. Like on stream, I mean, because I've had to like balance chatting and everything like that, and then the feeling of like needing the progression and things of that nature in order for it to be interesting. Oh, excuse me, but I'm trying to like chill out and actually have a good time with it because I think that translates a little bit better. Oh, welcome back, Briley. No, I'm actually nice in criticism. What I say isn't mean or vindictive, but comes from trying to make it better. I have worked with so many musicians who are delicate and don't get that. I trust that, Static. I think that it's going to be difficult because I'm going to be agreeing with so many things that you are going to say, especially now that I'm rereading it, going like, Oh man, because I can see the changes I would have liked to have made. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I made this so long ago and it's been out for so long. What can I do about it? It's gonna be more about like self-acceptance in a way, if that makes sense. Regardless, it's gonna be a little hard. The only Zelda games I've seen are Phantom Hourglass and Link's Crossbow Training. Those, I've never played either one of those. Phantom Hourglass actually sounds kind of cool though, Pandas, because I know that Zelda is a pretty prominent character in that game. I played one Zelda game, Super Smash Brothers, and that's valid, Uzu. That's completely valid. I actually love the way, like, it's so funny with Super Smash Brothers. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Because in a weird way, that game has enhanced all the other games that are references, where you can actually like feel closer connected to it because you got to play those different characters and like explore them a little bit more. Even if you agree, just let me explain why first. Because sometimes people want to change it for different ways that we don't expect. I was on this like I don't know. I felt very self-aware when I was reading it, Static, because I was like going through, and granted, like, you know, Purple Rupe, very nice. Like the first couple of chapters are going to be the weakest because I was literally 14 when I wrote it, and then, you know, you're getting the book started and all this other stuff, and I didn't change it enough when I was first rewriting it. Bro Hafi, welcome back. Bottom text used 300 bits to play Think Fast Chuckle Nuts. Blech. The reverberation from that is extreme. But yeah, so the first couple of chapters I did not change enough. Static, in my opinion. I wish I had. I wish I had tightened it up more. I could see where it was getting repetitive. I was thinking all these things on stream. I was like, shit. And it's such obvious stuff too that I felt ashamed that I hadn't fixed it prior. And I was like, the flow was different. You know, obviously it sounds different when you're reading out loud versus it being in your head when you're reading it and stuff like that. But it's so obvious to me now that I feel bad that like my much younger self couldn't see it, if that makes sense. It's one of those weird situations. I remember showing someone a track and they wanted to change the section I also wanted to rewrite. But for literal opposite reasons I did. That song I still listen to in my own time even now. That song I listen to in my own time. Are you saying that you were able to actually arrive at a place where you were able to change it to a place where you actually enjoyed it a lot? I don't know. You see, I think it comes down largely to the fact that I have such a complicated relationship with the Island of Lote. It is the book that I wanted to pursue writing fame with. Oh, very nice. This is what I was looking for. So I wanted to pursue writing fame with it. I wanted to be the book that kind of started everything. Poop Dog, thank you so much for the 123 bits. Is that like a 1, 2, 3 thing? You're awesome, dude. I'm not awesome. You're awesome, Poop Dog. Thank you so much. We're gonna be going for like maybe 30 more minutes or something, and then I'm gonna be totally ready to go relax in Liam's stream. But maybe I'll see you over there, maybe I won't. But I appreciate the lurk, and I appreciate you stopping by. And thank you for the 100 bits. That was awesome of you. I did what they suggested, and it came out better than what I planned, yet it is still such a personal project that I find a good song. I totally get what you're saying, Static. I totally feel that. And it's funny because so many of my other books I have
watched the moon let down her hair in ripples on the sea. She loosed each diamond pin with care and stuck it carefully in the dark pincushion of sky. Ah, now I said, I know the why and wherefore of the stars. I always used to think at night to see them shine they were the light of seraphim cigars. Now I have learned, and none too soon, they are the hairpins of the moon.
Oh man, amazing. Amazing. Don't apologize to Static. Static did an amazing job. No apologies there.
I watched the moon let down her hair in ripples on the sea. She loosed each diamond pin with care and stuck it carefully in the dark pincushion of sky. Ah, now I said, I know the why and wherefore of the stars. I always used to think at night to see them shine they were the light of Seraphim's cigars. Now I have learned, and none too soon, they are the hairpins of the moon.
It's so great, Static. Genuinely so great. It is speaking to my little poetry-loving heart. I absolutely adore it, Static. I feel so honored that I have that. I want to be able to invest in all my friends who have these different distinct talents. Don't lie to me. Yeah. We love it. Oh, Static, it's so good. It's so good. And it's not here to be a way to make Static embarrassed. That is not why this is here. It is here to bask in the poetry. And he did an amazing job. So stop apologizing to him. What am I doing? I am looking up this. No, not that. So, water. We do it in this game. Welcome back, Chaos Lord. I am trying to spend lots of money to have these Triforce charts decoded. So, downside, side up. All right. I wish I could just, like, remember this, but there's too much crammed into my adult brain to actually make that happen. I love the fact we can see the bracelets on there. I feel so often in video games, you get, like, a little, necklace or crown or bracelet or something, and you just have it, but you can't actually see it on the character. I love that you can see the bracelets on here. Water! Hardly Noah! I will ban myself? What? I don't know. What are we not? What? I will ban myself. I don't think you can do that, Static. I will unban you just as quickly and force you to be here. Oh wow, these are like legit characters though. No, don't do it. Don't do it! Alrighty then, are we all ready to spend a little coin? A little rupee? Tyler! What's going on? Thank you, oh my word, thank you so much. Ultra, hello there, welcome back to the shady side. Hi there. No, so thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate that, Tyler. How are you doing, my dude? I've been longing to see you. Little sus. What should we play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? No, I don't. I don't be tingling. That fragrant, musty scent. Ooh, there must be an old lady nearby. Splendid. Show me, show me. Incoming ad break? Oh, let's snooze that for a second. Let's snooze for 5 minutes. Jumping in between the shade and the manly stream. Oh man, I hate to. I'll be over there pretty soon. We're gonna raid in a little while. I just hadn't had a chance to do the game yet, and I was like, I wanna do a little bit of playing, and he'll be going for a lot longer than I am. O'Reilly, thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that so much, and thank you, Sammy, for playing the fucking alert. I am so happy. Oh, that's not bad. 2-tab teams. What's up, Neo? We're getting a little deciphering going on. Become readable. Hells yeah. Now we just gotta keep spending. What is that? Would you like me? Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you're giving me a little bit of a discount right now, Tingle. Just because I feel like other maps were like 1,000 or something. We really need to back the dab back. Oh, I don't know about that, Tyler. Here's the crazy thing. I always think that like the flossing dance that you see kids do is super adorable, but apparently it is not anymore. Apparently that is like on the same level as the dab. I'm bringing it back. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Dab live. Sometimes I'll do it ironically, Tyler, just to kind of be funny, but I know for a fact that that was done unironically for a very, very long time. Oh yeah, let's just keep going, Tingle. Let's go. Tingle, tingle. When I say Tingle, when Tingle said cool, I cried. When he said that, I felt that. I think the dab has gone into ironic territory. Flossing is like full body cringe now, but it's fun though. I get that it's like a little bit cringe, but it's also so fun. You wanna know why I feel that way, Ultra? It's because I've seen them flossing on Bluey, and I was like, oh, that's so cute. Flossing is kind of lewd, not gonna lie. No, it's not. That's not lewd at all. Bluey was doing flossing. Bringing the dab back, 2025. You want to know what's really sad, Tyler? Is that I read that and I went, oh yeah, that's what's gonna be the next year. It's not. That year is happening right now. I am so out of it. Okay, fantastic. Are we good? Are we good to go? Are we heading back out to sea? Am I thinking of the same thing? I don't know anything about dancing or modern pop culture. I remember 2014. What a time. I think I remember 2014. I think I was working at Dunkin' Donuts at the time, and I was miserable because I was waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get there at 4. I'm pretty sure that's what my 2014 was like. See, I have this like weird in-between time where I got the book published in 2012, and then I started working at Cracker Barrel in 2015, and everything in the middle kind of feels like it didn't happen, even though I have very distinct memories of it happened. But for some strange reason, it just doesn't feel as real, if that makes any sense. Very weird. Okay. So now, to be fair, I remember parts of it. Toaster Waffles, what is going on, dude? Welcome to the shady side. Yeah, Riley gifted a sub because he's a fucking G. I hope you're having a good day, dude. We are doing a little bit of Triforce hunting out here. Oh, I think I recognize this one. Where are we going? No, not there. We killing ads one at a time. Okay, so we're going to Gale Island. Gale, your what? I was gonna say your wife, but Gale's your aunt. You know what I mean? Just a little bit sailing in the rain. Yeah, fucking ads. Pew. What's really funny is every now and then I forget that this is my stream.
Very cool.
And that I don't have to give people ads or gift subs and stuff. But I feel bad because people I know or like I like and stuff like that will come into stream and then they'll get hit with ads. I'm like, oh shit, let me gift something to you real fast so you don't have to do that. And I'm just like, in your own stream? What are you doing? But I'm just like, oh, I don't want my friends to deal with that stuff. Okay, so where are we going? We're going up, and we need to make sure that we change the wind. Shit, stop. Actually, it's my channel. You just stream here. Understood, Static. Understood, I apologize. I misspoke. Back up. The little rainbow guy, yep. Alright, let us go. Plunder the depths of the ocean. Assertiveness expanses. Is expanses a word? Okay, expands. For a second there, Static, I was gonna believe you. I'd be like, oh, that's a word I've never heard before. Am I out of the loop? Am I the dumb one here? That'll happen, though. You can assert your way into a giant empire. And I am 100... Jesus, what? And so the floors were clean. That is very funny. That is a very funny joke. I keep seeing the neighbor's dogs kind of flit in and out of out of view of my window, and I keep thinking that it's like a hornet or a bug or something, or that I'm just like straight up hallucinating. Oh, you're great, Alari. Alari, by the way, I did read your message for a second when I was in the bathroom, and we'll talk later, girl. But and I'm so sorry. Okay, I am seeing rupees up there. Does that mean that I can walk up there? Oh, I think so. Let's see here. Okay, so we're close. Hello there, Shug. Welcome back. Welcome back to the shady side. You are catching like the tail end of me just kind of like nonsense. Alari, nonsense. That is absolutely not. Oh, and that's just a barnacle encrusted. It's so fun to think that even in the land of Zelda, there are barnacles causing problems. Oh, shit. I went way back. Oh, This is like a face-off here. I need to fuck this guy up a little bit before I can do any type of deep sea plundering. Or my damn... Okay, yeah. Is there a particular reason? What is this nonsense? What is this bullshit? Why can't I kill him with the bomb? It's called full frontal explosions. Okay, there we go. We're back. We're so back. Alari, my dear, you never have to like give a warning before you say something. I promise. I felt bad that I couldn't give it the time and attention for like that little brief like bathroom break, but I definitely want to talk about it later. Hi Shig, as a relative stranger. Shig, this is a static. This is my mod. He's not really here. Oh, nice. Triforce Shard. He's not really here to mod anybody per se. He's here more so to mod me, to make sure I'm doing a good job. Much more peaceful than my clinky clanky ass. The stream is? Let me see here. I do not legally exist. Not on paper. Not on paper, you do not. One time I sent Static something in the mail, and the guy was just like, what's his first name? And I was like, Static. And he was like, what's his last name? I was like, In the Tree. It was really funny. I'm the one who deals the punishes. That's right. Alari is my little, my bouncer, and Neo is my guy in the background, just taking care of everything that I might not be able to think about. And they are the three people that I have utter trust in, as far as to be mods. I'm actually so incredibly pleased with my little mod team. Not that I really need it, like everything is so chill over here. I don't know what the future's gonna hold, obviously. Hopefully more growth, hopefully cooler things around the corner. But I am very, very happy that I have these three who have my back. Excellent mod choices. Oh, slightly, it's funny because I'll give foot, what? I am, what? 5 foot nothing, yet I'm the bouncer. That's right, you be dealing those digital hands out here. Oh, slightly related. I'll sort in DMs if you want. But they're, oh lordy, what? What? What did you just say, Static? But are you against Crimbo Pressies, if I can sort it? My dear, please explain that to me. I don't know what that means. If you play Undertale or Deltarune, it's gonna need to be all hands on deck. I'm not really seeing that happen, Alari, but you never know what the future will hold. Perhaps, but I'm happy to have all hands on deck, though. Alari has powerful drop kicks, that's right, and her aim is precise, and it holds true. That means Christmas present Static. Heavens to Betsy. No, I am not against it. Christmas presents be going downtown, Charlie Brown. Trust me. I'm a present queen. I go in for it. I'm so excited. Like this is like the thing too, where it's like, okay, Twitch. Online people. Sometimes they're your friends though, and I want to send birthday presents and Christmas presents. And so that's going to be some combos. I'm 6'4" and slapping Shady into... Well, actually, yes, I need a good slap every now and then. That's why I literally have like the slap redeem. The smack redeem.
Then you must have a smack and a smack and a smack and a smack and how dare you, how dare you, how dare you!
So funny. Oh my gosh. I hate presents. Christmas. Oh, I'm sorry, Laurie. I have been wanting to just do something for you though, Laurie. I think I want to like find a mug or something, like a fox something or other, just because I want to say thank you. And obviously I know that I don't know if you're like a presents is my love language type of person, but I want to do something for you because you've been absolutely incredible on all fronts for so many different people and so many different streams, as well as just being a good friend. How the fuck do I get up there? I know, but I love giving them to Alari. I'm a big present giver. I like giving gifts, but I don't like when people give me... Is it because you just feel bad, or is it genuinely you're like, fuck, I now have a thing, and I don't know what to do with it? Because I hate, like, the idea of actually, like...
Dude, make a fucking effort!
I hate the idea of, like, offering clutter to somebody's house and then having to deal with it. That makes me feel bad. But, you know, it's just because you're just overwhelmed with emotion. Because, like, if it's clutter, I don't want to add clutter to your house, and I won't do that. But if it's, like, other reasons, then, like, I don't know. You let me know. I think... What did I go up? Team 6'4". It's so funny, Ultra, because, I was telling Static not long ago, like, the last guy that I dated was also 6'4", and my neck will never be the same. Slapping Shady and behaving. That's so funny. I think I'm caught up. She does like music. We'll have to figure it out. I'll never say no to a fox-dipped animal or anything fox related. That's what I was thinking, Alari. That's what I was thinking. I just don't wanna. I'll buy you a live fox. Such an inconvenient height until suddenly, Static, something is up on a very tall shelf, and then all out of nowhere, you're everybody's best friend. Oh, is he? Oh my word. He can literally put you up on the fridge, Alari. That's so funny. I'm back. Welcome back, Bottom Text. That was quick. It was funny, Alari. Well, it wasn't really funny, but I did think of you in the moment. I was driving home one night from work, and it was dark. And, like, I had to swerve out of the way of a fox that was in the middle of the road. And no kidding, Alari, I was literally thinking, like, no, not the fox. Alari will never forgive me. What am I doing? Okay. And I've brought the milk. Thanks, Dad. It was fine, Alari, but it was, like, in that moment, I was literally thinking, no, I can't hit it. Alari will be so sad. Let me see here. What is this place? Where are we going? Is that... No, that's not one of those. They've survived the hunting. Oh, so many, like, different... No, you're fine, Alari. It was just so funny. I was like, no! I can't seem to find this. I feel like a lot of English wild animal Static are kind of in the league of their own. Oh, I found it. Mother and child aisle. How... Okay, I know that I can go to Tingle Isle and do that. So, like, English badgers, Static, they literally will look like they're going to invite you into their home and offer you a cup of tea. Whereas other badgers are throughout the world are like, I will murder you in your sleep. Yeah. Tingle Isle. Liam is on main cam now. Let me see, what time is it? We'll give it 10 minutes and then we'll go. I wanted to, like, futz around a little bit in the game. Although I am gassing out really, really bad right now. I think the caffeine is finally starting to, like, it had its little hit and now I'm starting to backtrack from it. I want to go for 4 hours though. I feel like that's a pretty respectable time. Respectable time. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do, actually. UK badgers will stab you and insult your mom. No, have you seen a UK badger? They're so adorable. Oh my goodness. For some reason, he's promoting his OnlyFans. Oh my gosh. Well, we're not about that uncouth behavior on this stream. We will wait until he's finished. Where the hell am I going? No, Shady, they are terrifying. I've seen pictures of them. They're so cute. As opposed to, like, the honey badgers of the world. Okay, so we're going over here. Trust me. Have you had TB? Have I had tuberculosis? No, I haven't had tuberculosis. I don't think I'd be here. Well, that's not true. In the first world countries, you can usually cure tuberculosis a little easier than other countries, which is very unfair, but... Pull guard on UK badger. Pull guard? What? We've had to cull them because of it. What? Okay, so maybe there's a little bit of UK badger lore that I am missing right now. Oh my gosh, my poor spine. Every time I stream, I feel like I am... Can I actually lower this a little? I cannot. But I feel like I'm too tall in this thing. Is it just me or emote's not animated? See, I've noticed you saying that last night, Bottom Text. I don't really know what's going on your end, but mine are doing it. Mine are animated, so that might be a thing that you might need to look into. I genuinely have no idea what could be wrong. Yeah, all mine are working. I'm not sure. There's still so much mystery to the realm of Twitch. Oh, is there really? Okay, Chaos Lord is someone you should be speaking to then, bottom text. All right, here we go. Ah, shoot, I lost it. Okay, we got it up. I'm also hearing little, like, jingle jangles. Did I go past it already? Fuck me. I already went past it. Turning around. This is the right island. This is the right island. Why are you trying so hard to gaslight me? A badger call is more of a touchy subject politically. Oh my. We got drama going on here. Is this not the correct island? I feel like this is correct. Why am I saw it. Where am I? Okay, maybe I need to get a little closer. You mean to tell me Twitch is silently cucking me? You have some unmapped. I swear this is the correct one. It has the little dip in the middle. Maybe I'm wrong. It's so hard to tell from the pixels. TB to livestock, and the argument against it is that it isn't common enough to support the cull. Huh. The cart is more oval? What? Maybe you're... Well, I saw the thing. I saw the thing go up. Okay. I could have sworn. But I'm not showing up here, so maybe I'm incorrect? I'm so confused. Can't type. You're doing great, Static. You're doing amazing, sweetie. You're doing amazing. I know, I have a lot of unmapped squares, Chaos Lord. I'm super unmapped. I could have sworn, though, I saw it. Mimsy. Mimsy? Oh my gosh. Let me back in. Oh, yeah. Kind of like the flapper from back in the day. Oh my goodness. There are a few roundish aisles that is just, yeah, that's true. But it's right there. It's right there. Look. I see it. I literally see it. Oh, you fucker. You keep doing that. Okay, we're gonna go back. I literally have my sights on it. I literally have my sights. I gotta listen for it. This is gonna be you fucking asshole. Stop it. You piece of shit little shark boy. You purple shark. Excuse. Okay, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna kick. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill. We're out here, we have dead sights on it. We're gonna absolutely kill this son of a bitch. No, I don't get out of the boat. Okay, all right, Link. I see you. I see that you're trying to make my life hard. Excuse me. The more I look, the more I agree with the woman. Wow. Wow, Static. All right, now we can concentrate. Because it fucking disappeared. This is going to be a sight. This is gonna be a, by ears only, boys. We're going in with the eardrums. Here we go. I know what you're saying. I'm not listening. I'm not... Oh. Okay, I'm hearing it. Did we get it? Oh my word, did we get it? Oh my word, that's a long ways down. Hells yeah. First time. Big flexin'. I'm starting to get hungry. Are you fucking with me? All right, boys. Boys, it's okay. It's okay. Get after it. Get after it. You were right. I was wrong. You were completely right. All right. Where are we going with this then? You may gloat. get Uzu in here to help with the fishing, right? Uzu sitting on the dock of the bay. Ooh, I might be a little tired for this. Fuck it. Let's just save it up. We at least got all of the maps, like, what's the word I'm looking for? We got them decoded. So this hasn't been a total loss. I am just getting a little sleepy and eepy and hungry. I wonder why they thought this. I have no idea. Bottom text. There it is. There's our little cat guy. Okay. I am hella tired. And I'm 40 minutes of gameplay, 3 hours of grief. Listen, it was such a good discussion though. You guys have been amazing. I did not. What is this? Oh, I need to turn that
watched the
off.
moon let down her hair in
One more
ripples
time can't hurt.
on the sea. She loosed each diamond pin with care and stuck it carefully in the dark pincushion of sky. Ah, now I said, I know the why and wherefore of the stars. I always used to think at night to see them shine, they were the light of seraphim cigars. Now I have learned, and none too soon, they are the hairpins of the moon.
Oh, lovely, glorious, gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do a kitty kit. Let's do a kitty kit. Thank you so much for everyone being here. Alari, Riley, Static the whole time. Thank you for slapping me into proper behavior. I don't know. Lilakoi for always lurking. You're amazing. Shig was in here earlier. Chaos Lord, you're amazing. Thank you for every Lychee Pit. I almost said my name. I just saw it. I know Liam is streaming, but he popped in for a second. Riley, you're a fucking king. I'm so happy that you're here. Neo, of course. I'm always so glad to have you here. It was a great stream. I cannot lie to y'all. I thought it was gonna be a dog shit stream because I was that fucking tired. You made it weird, Shady? I made what weird? What did I make weird? I'm sure I made something weird because Static, that's just what I do. Holy fuck, what just happened? Oh, I just fucked something up on my computer. Oh my gosh. Well, I fixed it. Oh my word. Linda, yes, hello there. 45 minutes. We're about to raid Liam, Linda. Because I need to get off. It was a really good stream. I'm so happy there. I lost track of what I was saying, Static. I'm sorry. I just like into better behavior. I didn't know what to say. I need to go to bed. I won't though. I'm about to go hang out. He's on my other tab. Double tabbing it up in here. Appreciate it. Your streams are always great and you're amazing. You're amazing, Lila Co-Star. I am so happy that you have all felt comfortable being in my community. Shadow Snake, of course, you are here.
Let's go, girls.
You and I are going to talk in just a second now. Bottom text, as always. Mwah, you amazing gremlin, you. Let us. I am going to probably stream tomorrow because I asked for that day off in that 5:30 in the morning. Should we call? No, don't call him Smelly. We're going to do the cat one. Oh my gosh. My favorite streamers. What a fucking honor. I literally like, I have a really big whiteboard in my closet where I try to strategize. No, be nice to Liam. Oh my goodness. But I have this really big whiteboard in my closet where I try to strategize my life and call him, no, well, don't, just give the cat. No, oh my word, you're killing me. Behave, yes, be nice, be nice. But on my whiteboard, I have like photography, writing, and Twitch. And on the first thing that I wrote under the Twitch thing, because I'm trying to strategize stuff, right? Trying to plan my life out. It just says, Emily, you're a Twitch streamer. I'm still in disbelief. I expected to just be talking to 2 people, like not even talking to anyone. I expected 0 people to be watching me right now, and we are actually building something really cool here. I expected to literally just be here having fun, and instead, maybe my entire life has changed already. I think it's about to change even more, and I'm very, very happy, very excited. You all are the best. You are all treasures. And as I say, because I'm a sentimental little sappy girl, you have imprinted yourself on my heart forever. And I am just so pleased and honored to have you in my life. Really, 100% truly. Okay, so now stop doing that. Okay, I will cry about you and me both, baby. Not to gas you up, but you're better at me than it. Nonsense. Nonsense. We're all learning Neo, I'm learning, and as I'm sitting here, I struggle. Like, I struggled a lot today, like, and hopefully the key, Neo, is just hopefully it doesn't translate too much, that you're doing a lot of struggles. And I definitely did that today, just trying to concentrate. I lose track of what I'm saying all the time. I'm trying to find balance, and I think that the more that I do it, the easier it's going to get. But you're amazing, Neo. I love hanging out at your streams. I don't always talk, but I do be lurking. As I said to Liam earlier, my dear, the community reflects the streamer, so you should be proud. I do agree, Ilari. See, like, I would argue with Ilari, but I have said the same exact fucking thing to him too. So therefore, I can't argue. I am blessed to have you all. So crazy blessed to have you all. I'm so happy that you're here. Oh, Leo Koi, Star, you're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry. I am so happy. So happy to have you all in my life. Look how fucking tired I am. Oh my gosh. It's okay. We have, as Static said, we're getting sleepy girl summer up in here. Okay, let us do a little raidy raid. Where are we? What is this? Stop it. There we go. Raid a channel. It's our little tradition. Following. Here we go. Get fucking appreciated. I fucking appreciate you right back, bottom text. Let's go. Let's go. It's so funny because Twitch will do this even if you're live for 3 more hours. Oh, much longer than that, Static. Like, we'll see what happens to me. I'm gonna disintegrate on screen tomorrow. But even when you're live, Twitch will just do like a little like snapshot thing, and right now Liam's is him just doing this. It's so funny. Anywho, let us do a little raidy raid. Are we ready for the kitties? Yes. Let's do it. Let's ready to do some kitty kisses. He do be serving. He do be serving. All right, guys, I'll see you over there.